We like a good hat backwards, right?
Sir.
All right. All right. Let me check just the stream real quick. I know that it's weird seeing like yourself in delay. It's very strange to me.
Yeah, I think it's weird seeing myself on camera at all.
Yeah, you're usually behind the camera,
That is true.
but we're all
Usually
good to
everyone's
go.
preference.
Yeah.
Uh,
But we are live. We are all good to go. Welcome back to the fifth annual Three-Peat Sports live NBA draft show. I am your host, Ian Monhay, as always, and we are going to be having a fantastic night with more guests per usual. Stuart and Carson, our day ones, are going to be here in the next hour or so. In the meantime, we have a new guest here, one of my favorite internship folks from a few years ago from the Varsity Sports Show. We got Andrew Chambliss. Andrew, welcome onto the show. How are you feeling as we enter night one of what should be just an awesome draft night?
I'm feeling great. Thanks for having me. Excited to see where some of these guys end up. Caleb Wilson, especially.
Hmm.
Darren Peterson, everyone's on. Wondering if he's going to go to Memphis or if he could go as high as. Well, it's really two or three, but
Yeah,
I think it's pretty consensus. Devonta's going one, but we'll see who unfortunately ends up on the Kings too.
absolutely. I mean, that's exactly where I was thinking as far as them goes. Like, I'm going to be very disappointed if I see Acuff go over to Sacramento, me personally. I just feel like careers die there. That's just what happens.
Yeah,
So, I would like for his skill set to be shown off in a different place, maybe a bigger market like the Nets, perhaps. Maybe he falls a little bit more, but we'll see how this draft night unfolds. We have a good amount to talk about. Now, you don't know this, but Carson, he himself is actually a Milwaukee Bucks fan. So
ah,
we're going to save the Milwaukee Bucks talk until he comes on to the show, because I got a stupendous amount of questions for him in regards to all of this. But let's just keep it draft related for this next half hour as the draft doesn't start until 5. I think the easiest place to start would just be within the top four. I want to talk about this top four, and I'll actually just go ahead and share my screen really quickly. And really, it's going to be the unveiling of the Three-Peat Sports big board in totality. We got 30 guys finished. It should not say 29. There we go. But we got 30 guys finished. And I'm so stoked to talk about these four. In Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsa, Caleb Wilson, and Cam Boozer. The easiest place for me to start, has there ever been, or just when was the last time that we had seen a consensus top four guys be this close as far as ratings go? I like as far as top end talent goes, because obviously the 24 draft, that was a very bad draft. As far as top end talents, and it was really just a crapshoot as far as which guys were going to be number one, number two, etc. But these are all four really talented guys that all have legitimately strong cases of being number one, in my opinion. So I just want to get your thoughts on these first four that are going to be the expected top four in this year's draft class.
yeah. Well, I think Devonta obviously is probably going one. I think him and Peterson are the two with the highest upside. I
Mhm.
think you definitely argue Peterson's got probably the most upside out of any of these guys, but all the question marks. Definitely, Devonta just seems like the more sure thing, right? If you're going to
Sure.
rely on one of these guys to make it big, Boozer and Wilson are kind of the other two comparables, both forwards.
Mhm.
Uh, I like Wilson more just because of his upside. Some of the stuff with his vision and just athleticism. Well, Boozer does everything well. It doesn't seem like he has one standing trait that people like. Kevin loves the thing, the comparison I've seen a bunch.
Really, Kevin
So
Love.
Yeah, just in terms of rebounding, like a younger Kevin Love.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's the easiest place to start with Boozer. I mean, that's the son of Carlos Boozer, so obviously he's been around the NBA realm for a really long time. I guess just what are the standouts in regards to him? You know, we talk about it generally speaking, good at a lot of different things, great at a lot of different things, maybe not elite in one particular thing. But just your first takes on Boozer as a prospect because he was one of the best, most decorated college players that we've seen in a minute.
Yeah, no, like I said, the rebounding is really nice. I think offensively inside, if he ends up somewhere like Memphis, I think him and Edie would absolutely abuse teams in the
Mhm.
inside. So I definitely like the fit there. Um, I do know I something I didn't know, I just heard recently is I didn't realize Carlos Boozer works for the Jazz.
Yeah.
Uh, Obviously not like in a super big role, but he's employed by the team. So I wonder if that's something to look out for. Him ending up in Utah, and obviously with the Kessler situation, I think that'd be an interesting landing spot for sure.
Yeah. Weird. Boozer, uh, to me, has the best feel and IQ of anybody within this draft class, and it's so cliche to just say feel and IQ and movement and etc. But it's kind of like football to me, where you are able to sense pressure as a quarterback, being able to step up in the pocket, and just be able to move around in that way and be instinctual. Boozer has that on lock. He's able to sense the double teams really quickly. He's able to make these quick decisions and pass with velocity. Like I sound like I'm talking about a quarterback here, but I feel like that's his best traits as a basketball player. I mean, you combine that just with the bully ball mentality that he has. When you talk about bully ball mentality, like you don't really want to be like let's compare him to like Koa Pete, right? Who he's a downhill player himself. Not a whole lot of playmaking upside there. You don't see him process the game as fast, and like rightfully so. Like 19-year-olds shouldn't be processing the game that booze in a way that Boozer does. But there's a level of being rushed there, and not having the playmaking chops and just trying to muscle your way through. Boozer is able to play bully ball and use that to his advantage because he knows how to get off those passes really well and keep the ball moving. He, to me, is a perfect like 1B option. And that's why I sort of had him at number 4. I remember I had a conversation with a friend of mine named Daniel, my old roommate. He's a big Cam Boozer guy, and he just wondered why I didn't have him at 1. And I do think it's the athleticism, and would you agree that the athleticism is sort of like a weak point in his game?
Yeah, I'd definitely say that. Although some of the stuff I've been seeing is uh, questions around the athleticism. People have been using the Jokic stuff. Obviously, his vision, like Wilson, I think is really good, and like you said, the
Mhm.
IQ. But I think it's just unfair to compare guys coming into the draft to Jokic
I would agree with that.
as far as. But no, I definitely. Uh, as far as the athleticism, I don't think it'll be too big a hindrance. I think that would be the thing that stops him from reaching the level of the other three guys if they all reach their max potential.
For sure.
Uh,
Like I remember watching the Yukon game with you. Um, and I don't know if you noticed, but he was picked on quite a bit defensively speaking. Not necessarily in like one-on-one situations, but just having him in off-ball movements and of running through off-ball screens and really targeting him in that way. That's a way for opposing offenses to exploit him at this moment in time. Ultimately, as much as I talk about him being like a perfect 1B, but like there's a perimeter game that he has shown that he can have. He can develop that. He's got a good enough handle to do so. He's got a good enough mindset to do so. And that mindset that I talk about is his downhill ability. I think that he can be serviceable defensively speaking. I think if you paired him like with a Zach Edey, right? Or my dream fit was going to be over in Dallas, being paired with like a rim protecting, athletic monster at the center position. That just kind of enhances his overall game. Like I can imagine the sets that you would have with like the two bigs at the elbows. Those are called horn sets, and just setting each other screens around that area, and maybe just throw lobs to your big from those sets. Like I thought that would be perfect, but that's sort of the role that I would envision for him. Just a really awesome, like glorified connective piece that I think is just going to be so valuable to whatever team he ends up going to. And we talk about Utah being a potential team in the mix for him. That feels like a perfect landing spot for everything that was just mentioned as far as his connective piece goes.
So, he's obviously not going to follow the top four. Where do you think his best fit is inside the top four?
Inside of the top four, it's either one or two to me. He'll probably end up in Memphis if I had to take a guess. And that's not a bad fit. It's just he would probably benefit from having the best version of Ja Morant, is how I would put it, or just a really good guard right there too, just to kind of take a bulk of the playmaking load off of Boozer, because that's going to be a humongous trait of his at the beginning. And I think of him next to Anthony Davis for one. Like, he's probably not going one, but I think of him next to Anthony Davis, and I think, man, that's really fun. Almost like a dumbed down version of like Boogie and Anthony Davis from New Orleans. Like I talk about those horn sets. They used to run those types of plays for the two of them all the time, and I think that AD would just benefit really well from Boozer's overall feel. But the Jazz is the best fit. It would be a ginormous starting lineup, especially if you have Ace Bailey as your shooting guard. That's 4 players that's above 6'9" in the lineup. But that's the type of size and athleticism that I think would be really good to insulate around Cam Boozer.
I think not to change topics too much, but you think Peterson at 2 in Utah just feels like they have so many guards. Like they're gonna have to, if they take Peterson, they're gonna have to bail on one of them. I don't know who would be the odd man out there. Probably George, but
you would think George. He just is coming off of a really good season. I actually do want to look him up really quickly, because his first maybe 2 years, he was a really inefficient player. Like he was shooting sub 40% from the field. And then he finally just took the leap this year, and he got up to 24 points, 6 assists. His efficiency went way up to, from 39 to 46, 33 to 37 from 3. That's really effective basketball. With Keontae George coming up on a contract extension, it does just make you think, how much money are you willing to pay a fringe all-star compared to the likelihood of just having a cost-controlled, young potential number 1 over in Utah with Darren Peterson. That's certainly something to think about if you're Utah's front office. And I know that I saw some reports that they're just really torn on who to select at number 2. And I think it's between Boozer and Peterson. If it were totally up to me, though, like it's Peterson all the way, I would still take him at number 1.
So I don't want to. It's not even off the court stuff. It's all on the court stuff with Peterson, which is so funny.
Yeah.
But does any of that like really concern you? Because it's none of it's like really damning in a way where it's not like, oh, this guy's gonna fall out of a top 5. Because I remember Ace Bailey last year was projected definitely a lot higher than where he went.
Yeah, he was. I remember Bailey is supposed to go maybe 3, and then he goes to 5 because ultimately he was trying to force his way to be a Washington Wizard, as weird as that sounds. But with Peterson, and like it's mainly his cramping issues that everybody is getting concerned about. For those that don't know, he had himself a cramping issue very early in the season. He kind of had like not necessarily like a stroke. I wouldn't say a stroke, but he definitely had like a physical issue early in the year where he kind of froze up. And throughout the year, he took himself out of games with fear of, tensing up again and it being a lot more serious of an issue. And that led to a lot of question marks in regards to um, into his effort because it wasn't publicly out there what he was going through. So he goes ahead and he's taken a lot of the blame for um, just missing out on games and taking himself out of games. Does he want to be in Kansas? I don't have any issues with his cramping or anything about missing games. I I think that the effort level is there. I think him being the player that he is just a far greater thing to, you wouldn't want to miss out on Darren Peterson, in my opinion, the best player in this draft class. That's ultimately became an unpopular opinion, given those issues and just how much folks really like the likes of DeBonsa, probably going to be your number one pick, and then Boozer, of course. But Peterson's my number one the whole way. Throughout the whole process, I have no issues with that. Now, if you're talking about Caleb Wilson and his injury history, that's scary. That one is more
Yeah.
concerning than Peterson's to me.
Yeah, no, definitely. The stuff I've seen on Wilson is, I don't think it's like I think most teams have done the medical work,
Mhm.
and there's nothing really there to stop anyone from taking him. Same with Peterson with the cramping stuff. So I think definitely. But as far as Peterson goes, like that game against Tech he had early in the year
Mhm.
when they were playing in Lubbock, hit the back-to-back threes. I mean,
And like that's it's great that you mentioned that because I remember that very vividly. Um, Mainly because he was bad for a large majority of that game. He was very inefficient. I remember just like I had to go to other folks and just ask what was his bad games, and they mentioned that Texas Tech game, and I'm like, he was big when it mattered, man. He's very he seems very laid back in the way that he goes about his game. And that's something that I can very much appreciate when I watch him play on the ball, off the ball. He just never really seems all that rushed. Plays at his own pace. And I think that just sums up him as the player, that the number one player that he is overall.
so they just flashed Bobby Marks on my screen, and I was thinking his Mo Bamba. We were talking about player comparisons the other night.
Mhm.
He did the Mo Bamba. He said he was a cross between Anthony Davis and Joel Embiid.
Oh, man.
So
That couldn't have been the furthest from what he ended up becoming. I remember for a long time really wanting Mo Bamba on the Suns just as a backup option, but that's
I mean, talking about a guy where all the just physical attributes are there.
all of it. Like
Him,
he had what, the longest wingspan ever as far as as far as NBA prospects goes. He was
Yeah.
ridiculous, physically
Yeah.
speaking.
Thomas Bryant was another guy where I was like, yeah, if this guy puts it together, never happened.
Never happened. He's a solid backup big. He's stuck around the league for the last almost decade now. As nuts as that sounds.
Let's see, the Ace Bailey wanting to go to Washington isn't as crazy as it sounds when you consider the contracts they give out.
I'm assuming you're just. I know that us Suns fans are talking about the Bradley Beal contract, but I'm assuming a lot of that has resurfaced with Trae Young's
Trae Young.
recent
Yeah.
contract extension.
Can't believe they
Which-
backloaded it.
They did backload it quite a bit. I will say, like, as much as I have soured quite a bit on like the small guards in this era, like the Trae Youngs and the Jaws, they deserve a fresh start. and like a clean slate, because ultimately that their times in their respective franchises have run its course. They've shown to be all-star level players, um, really all NBA level players at certain points. Like, I think that they're very much deserving of just getting a clean slate, one more chance, taking a flyer on them as buy low options. Whoever gets a jaw, like, it's a good buy low option. Washington did well on a good buy low option to me. And I think they got the pieces now to infiltrate a good defensive personnel, good defensive group around Young.
No, and those guys like Ja and Trey, when they're playing at the level they can play at, I mean, they sell tickets. So you're looking at, as a franchise, like, they'll pack the stadium even when you're not so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to transition, still within the top 4, but there's one guy that we haven't truly talked about yet, and that's Caleb Wilson. We only mentioned the injury history just bothering us, but you and I, we have been behind the scenes very high on Caleb Wilson. Just what have you seen from the tape, and stats-wise, that's made you way more optimistic about his long-term potential and his potential outcome in the league?
Yeah, just definitely his, well, one, his athleticism, like we were talking about, kind of freaky. There was the I think I mentioned it to you, the Notre Dame game from earlier in the year. There was a play like on a rebound where he snagged the board over the Notre Dame guy and didn't even it's not over the back. It literally jumped over him, snagged it. Some of the passes he's making out of the post, completely smothered, hitting guys. Just stuff where, like, man, if he puts this all together, it's gonna be freaky good.
It will be, and I'm just gonna put it out here in this way. There's really only one way to talk about his player comp, and I'll just reveal it all the way down here. Giannis and Kevin Garnett. It's super lofty. I'm not insinuating that that's how they're going to end up, or how he's going to end up as. From a prospect perspective, he is a guy who, from an energy standpoint, he just plays with so much power and force, runs hard, really goes ahead and makes the most of his opportunities. It's kind of refreshing in a way. You see a lot of folks kind of go towards settling towards mid-range jumpers all the time, or dancing along the perimeter. He is extremely aggressive when he gets to the rim. He looks like a deer running around when he is going up and down the court. You talk about the defense, you talk about the explosiveness, the athleticism, the physical traits, and let's be honest, he has a developing jumper there too. It's very there's nothing mechanically wrong with his form or anything of that nature. It's just a matter of cleaning up some of his other things within his game, which is consistency on his jumpers, just a little bit more productive as far as playmaking goes. Otherwise, this is a potential, this guy could be the best guy in the draft. And you could say that about the top 4, but
that's what's crazy.
As far as ceilings go, I think Wilson's got the highest.
No, I definitely agree, and I know head-to-head probably isn't, or definitely isn't the best way to compare these guys, but that Duke UNC game from in the year when Wilson played, he kind of took it to Boozer.
Yeah, that was something that I noticed within that game too. Just first off, do I give a plug here? Do I give a shout out to the site that I've been using for all of this?
Why not?
Draft Baller. It's a site that released a little bit ago, 2-3 months ago, and that's just been such a. it's saved my ass. I'm gonna put it bluntly, because my main guy took the whole year off and is gonna be back next year doing the film cut up. So I'm like, damn, like I can't. Like I thought I was gonna be messed up for this draft, but thank God that I had that, and now we're putting together some of our best write-ups. And now we can go on. We talked about the top four pretty greatly in detail. Aside from like what more needs to be said about Debonsa? Like, do we really? I think we should save that for when he ends up ultimately becoming the number one pick.
He's picked here in 4 minutes.
But I posed this question to you yesterday in regards to Darius Acuff. Just he's first off, he's fun. He has one of the best offensive resumes of this draft class. One of the best offensive engines in all of college basketball, who also just happens to be the worst defensive prospect that I have personally seen. Assuming, like, we understand the top end, we already know what the top end outcome would look like with him. If he doesn't reach that, what does that look like in an NBA context?
Oh man. So basically, like, he can't get the buckets, and he's a cone on defense. It's out of the league very quickly. I'll refrain from being mean by mentioning anyone, but no, like what would it be, like Trae Young, who just can't get anything on offense?
It's interesting. That's interesting. I gotta shout out my boy Caesar, Mr. Super Swank, just going ahead and saying, "Let's go Clips," a little Clippers fan. I don't know, like, you should be.
I'm sorry, that sounds brutal.
That's my main guy from high school, so he's a big Clippers fan, or at least he just started getting back into it. You should be hoping for Keaton Wagler, is how I would put it. I don't know if Darius Acuff fit is really. I don't think that's really feasible if you're going to keep Garland there. But
I know you said Burries might be a reach at 5, but I like him on that Clippers team.
I do too, especially if they keep Kawhi. That would be the one contingent that I would have on that. Because ultimately the rumors are swirling there about Kawhi potentially getting dealt. As it has been for the last year, ever since the aspiration lawsuit has been coming about. But Burries would be a great fit. He is my number 7 guy. Like, he rose pretty quickly. The more that I watched, like, Flemings, and the more that I watched Mikael Brown, like, Burries he's very safe as a prospect. Like, I don't think there's any chance that he ends up a bust. I don't think that he'll be a top-end scorer in the league or anything of that nature, but certainly somebody who he'll be like the Derek White of the world. Super amazing connective piece, very good secondary playmaker, really good sniper, high-effort defender, productive defender, mind you. So, like, him going at 5, or just going into, like, a better winning situation, like how you would with like if he went to OKC, for example, that would be a pretty good spot to land on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, going for all these guys, OKC would be pretty good. Because they won't be asked to do too much, but
yeah.
No, I just like Burries with all the guys they had at Arizona, especially at the guard position, his ability to just play without the ball.
Easily. He was also, like, he may not be like a crazy creator to me. You also just wonder, like, I talked about his low usage role. Like, he only had a 21% usage rate. For context, usage rate is just how many times a player puts up a shot or passes into somebody else shooting a shot. It's pretty low, considering, how talented he is, and it just goes to show how stacked that U of A team was. but just in the context of, we'll use the Clippers for an example. He'll probably replicate that same role in LA really well. You put him in a situation like Dallas, for example, right next to Cooper Flag. How does that fare? I'm curious to see him in a more high usage role, because him with the ball in his hands, like, it's shown more times than not that he's deserving of more touches and more offensive opportunities.
If I was looking at your board here, so makes you put Flemings over Mikael Brown.
Yes. Did you have a question on that?
Yeah. So what are you seeing from Fleming? Because I'd prefer Brown over Flemings. Probably only slightly, but.
Yeah, like, a lot of these guys are really tightly knit. Like, again, Mikael Brown, he's Mikael Brown. He probably has the best scoring potential between those two guards, between him and Flemings. And trust me, like, I see it from that perspective. Inefficiencies scare me quite a bit. If I were to go to Mikael Brown, I mean, just take a look at all of the inefficiencies right here. 34% on all the jumpers, 34 off the dribble, 33 on the catch, 30 unguarded, 36 in transition. Just a lot of inefficiencies. And, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, he was way more inefficient at the beginning of the season, and that improved and progressed as the season went on. I do think that level of inefficiencies, after seeing what happened when I scouted Johnny Davis all those years ago, it is scary. There's context with that, though. Johnny Davis was way more difficult shots, operating in the mid-range. That wasn't really all that translatable. And ultimately, he didn't have the same playmaking ability as Brown does. Even with all the turnovers that Brown has, like, he's able to leverage that really well and be able to dish it out whenever he is driving. But I just have to take the inefficiencies with, I have to pay attention to that a little bit more as I watch these guys. In regards to Flemings, though, I can understand why you would prefer. It's stylistic preference, after all. You talk about the likes of like De'Aaron Fox, right? That's my player comparison. One of my player comparisons for Kingston Flemings. Very fast, so lightning quick, can get to the paint really well. Low volume 3-point shooter. And if you prefer the shooting ability that Mikael Brown has, I don't blame you one bit. Not at all. But Flemings, I feel there's more of a chance of him being a connective piece, like maybe a number 3 option. I think that Mikael Brown is definitely just star guard or low end bench guy. I don't feel like there's much of an in between there.
Gotcha.
But
yeah, maybe I saw the Fox comparison and I was like, oh, bad taste in my mouth from the.
Sure, from the finals. I get ya. Carson did just join the chat. He'll be back in 15. He'll let me know when I'll add him to the stream. But he is here. He'll be giving his thoughts on all of this real soon.
Sick. Yeah.
But Washington on the clock. As we can sort of transition to a little bit more of just the draft talk. Washington, this was probably the team that I was hoping would get the number 1 pick. After all of the moves that they ended up making, of course, with Anthony Davis, trading for him, trading for Trae Young in the middle of the season, both of them catching me off guard by surprise. And, whoever they pick, whether that's Peterson or DeBonsa, just how would they fare in an Eastern Conference that, again, we'll talk about the Miami Heat in a little bit, but how would they fare in an Eastern Conference now?
It's an exciting team. I've been super high on them. Even before they had the 1 pick, I thought they were for sure a playing team next year. Um,
Mhm.
Obviously, there's a ton of rumors swirling about Davis moving, but even without Davis, uh, I just you've been stacking all these young guys, and now this number one pick's kind of going to be the cherry on top.
Yeah.
So I definitely a lot to be excited about in Washington. Definitely since the Wall Beal days, and if these guys hit their maxing, I really like Trey Johnson too. So
Yeah. Yeah, Trey Johnson was my guy for me last year. He was fun to watch in summer league. Just him getting off his shots as smoothly as he does. It's very fun to watch. But you would probably take DeBonsa here. Would you even think about selecting Peterson here, even with the Trey Young selection or the Trey Young extension? Is Peterson still even in your mind?
uh, personally, no, but like if they do end up deciding on, if they did decide on Peterson, I'd completely understand it.
Hmm.
Because if you think his upside is the number one in the draft, I mean, why not swing for the fences?
Hmm. It's ultimately not where I'm at. Like, I personally would take Peterson one and not look back at all. Peterson in Washington, I think it's fun. Like, I believe in the point guard ability that he has. I won't lie, like, it wasn't displayed all that much over at Kansas, but there was a whole lot more that was shown off in high school and AAU ball that I'm just going to choose will end up returning. Same with the athleticism that we ended up seeing in high school that ultimately looked just a little diminished over in his first year at Kansas. Um, Trey Young and his defensive deficiencies are just so scary to me. It always has been, and it will continue to be for the rest of his career, just by sheer size. And we've seen, how detrimental it can be, even with as many good defensive players and personnel as there is around him. That's there's certainly a ceiling. There's a cap with Trey Young on your team. If you're able to go ahead and turn this into like a Spurs situation, Fox, Castle, Harper, and you have like your dumbed down version with Young, Peterson, Trey Johnson, I think you'd be doing something well there. And then if you eventually pass it on to Peterson, well, great. You have an all-star level player still on your team that you could ship off for more assets if that's the route that you want to go down. To me, I think that the extension doesn't deter me at all from selecting Peterson here if they choose to do that.
No, I definitely agree that Peterson playing off of Trey Young, I don't think there'd be any like I don't think there'd be any issues there as far as development and stuff. So
Hmm.
yeah, as long as they don't play Bam, they should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm curious. I don't have anything going on as far as the TV volume isn't all up that loud, and I see that there's updates in regards to Jaylen Brown, or at least Shams gave an update on ESPN. Hopefully there's some drama there. We like some entertainment.
Where are the Pelicans at? As
They
far
don't have their first round pick. It's with
okay, yeah,
Atlanta.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So it'd be what Trey Murphy. Who else would be in that trade for the Pelicans? Because that's the one I've seen is him going to
Mhm.
New Orleans.
Yeah, I've seen them join in as like some iterations and whatnot. I've seen Houston, I've seen Atlanta, I've seen
Okay,
Portland.
those all make sense too. Like it's why they do it.
Right.
Him in Portland would be fun. That's a You could snag some of those Milwaukee picks too, or one of them at
Mhm.
least. All right, here it is.
Pick is in.
Yep, as
Yep.
expected.
I didn't hear AJ at first. I'm like, who is that?
His brother. They wrote the wrong
Yeah.
name.
Yeah. Let me be sure. Hopefully this is sharing my screen again. I hope you're able to see that.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, I want to be sure that the stream's got it too, just before we can really go further into Debonsa. But like this was a no-brainer selection on a whole lot of different fronts. Again, like I talk about these four being closely and tightly knit. And you wouldn't go wrong selecting any of these guys within the top four in any order. Debonsa ended up my number 3. A lot of that stemming from, you know, not taking the most efficient three-point jumpers. Had his moments of just defensively tapering off, particularly when he's doing the off-ball stuff and he has to help. He doesn't really get in there. He has a low foul rate, which you would think is a great thing, and it also plays against him in that he's never really in on the actions all that often in the games that I had seen. And I do question the playmaking. Just I don't think in a situation in Washington he's going to have just, you know, it was heliocentric AJ Debonsa ball over at BYU. What does the playmaking look like in a more balanced system where you do have a ball handler like Trae Young, where you do have Trey Johnson, Anthony Davis as some of your other scoring pieces? Just how well he ends up becoming the connective piece in that starting lineup, I think will be an interesting thing. But again, this was the smoothest fit within the top 4. Debonsa is going to come in here, and he's going to be one of your high-end offensive options for the foreseeable future. Hell of a lot of athleticism, really good finishing at the basket, and ultimately, one of my favorite shots in the league. He takes them so much, and that's the mid-range. If I were to go ahead and look at his mid-range numbers here, I mean, the dude shot 12 of them a game per 100 possessions. That's a good amount. He ranks in the 94th percentile there, and he shot 46% on them. So just a real bona fide shot taker and shot maker there. You wish the efficiencies were up after all, but this is a no-brainer selection. Like it felt really easy to just select Debonsa here. It's the smoothest fit within the top 4.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't think they're going to be bad enough now with Trae Young and AD, but there's been some of the stuff over the past couple years with some of the young guys where, like, it gets late in the season, they're obviously tanking, or some of the shots they have these guys taking. It's like, really? Are you
Right.
doing this?
I mean, after all, the team did allow Bam to score 83. So
yeah, that's a whole nother issue. Is the guy still the coach? What's his name?
Brian Keefe. He is
Keefe,
still
yeah.
the head coach there. And I remember that kind of vividly. Like, I take a look at Brian Keefe, and he was very highly regarded as a defensive mind during his assistant coach days, whether that was with the Thunder or with the Knicks, if I'm remembering that correctly. But clearly the defense wasn't there on that night in particular.
Yeah, you think it might be a Will Hardy situation going on there. We're like, we're just gonna suck one more year, but don't worry, your job's not in any jeopardy.
Yeah, I feel like they went into hiring him knowing that it was going to take this long.
Yeah.
But Utah getting this number 2 pick is in now. I mean,
one last thing on Debonsa. So if he has like a very solid rookie season, they keep AD, and obviously a lot of this depends on AD Trey's health. Where do you think like best case scenario is for the Wizards
for next season?
Yeah,
your best case is probably at that 6 seed. Because I'm not sure what Atlanta's going to look like. I wouldn't be surprised if they made some pretty big time bona fide moves, but they're just really well balanced over there, and I think that Washington has a chance to just outmatch that. If your best case scenario was that, be the 6th seed, probably go against one of like Miami or Boston, and I weirdly think that they would match up pretty well.
Yeah, especially Boston runs it back with their same roster.
Yeah. The swing piece for Washington is going to be Alex Sarr. awesome defensive piece. I compared him to a Jaren Jackson a few years ago as a weak side rim protector, and having AD as his front court partner is almost perfect. But his offense really needs some developing, some refining, having to be a little bit more efficient as a big man. He will be the swing guy in regards to whether or not the team reaches their top end, high end ceiling.
Think the Jaren Jackson acquisition has any effect on this pick?
It's a good question. I don't think so. I think a lot of it's going to depend on the Walker Kessler situation. As he enters restricted free agency, what they end up doing with him. But the selection is in now.
Oh, wow. All right.
Darren Peterson.
Danny Ainge being Danny Ainge.
I totally would have thought they would have went the nepotism route.
Nepotism route. No, but Ainge has got the history. I mean, Ace Bailey last year, perfect example. He likes a guy, he'll take him.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But Darren Peterson, my number one prospects with this draft class. You'll see like the shades of Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, and folks will get scared off by that because ultimately that's not, those types of comparisons isn't necessarily like a generational prospect per se. I don't necessarily believe that there's a generational prospect in this draft class. I think you got very great to elite ones that have their own traits that we have seen be replicated in the NBA. And Peterson, to me, is no different than that. He has a dribble package that does remind me of Bradley Beal, just him running around the court. But one of the best shot makers within this class. I mean, you take a look at 38% on all threes, and him being able to just do everything on the ball and off the ball. And that's where the Booker comparison comes in, where the Bradley Beal stuff comes in, especially if you're talking about high-end Bradley Beal when he was averaging 30 in Washington. There's a lot of traits there. And he's also just a very good defensive playmaker. You talk about somebody who's willing to switch out when need be. He really does lock in on those areas. And he gets a good amount of stocks per game. So the combination of steals and blocks, he ranked in the 83rd percentile in steal percentage, 79th in block percentage, which is really good for a guard of his size at, I believe he's 6'5", 6'6", 6'5". But it's the scoring that makes you really excited about Darren Peterson. You hope that the athleticism comes back a little bit more. You hope and pray that the cramping issues aren't much of an issue when he enters the league. But now you talk about a fit over here in Utah where your situation with Keontae George is still in flux. You have a really talented guard right next to him in Ace Bailey, as well as a monster front court that's just going to really enhance everything about what we know of this defense. It's going to be a very fun season for Utah, and when I just take a look at that fit in the backcourt between George and Peterson, it's a lot of scoring. That's a lot of playmaking. That's a lot of athleticism. We should be having a really good time in Utah.
I think best case scenario too is he's going to be one of these guys where at the end of games, like, we just need a bucket. Let's go get it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, after the finals, like, I think with Brunson, he's obviously so much bigger than Brunson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easily. And, like, you wonder just how much, size. Like, size is very much the big emphasis in regards to this Utah Jazz team. Sorry, still checking Twitter, just making sure that I'm not missing out on any Shams bombs. But I think right now I do see him back in the camera. I think just go ahead and type it in the chat. Let me know. I see him right over here. We'll go ahead and add him in right now, actually. There we go.
How's it going?
Carson, welcome back to the show, my man.
Dude, it's been a long time coming.
And we got an exciting draft. as well as a whole lot of things for you to talk about. We've been holding off on talking about the trade for a minute. But I do see that the Grizzlies pick is in, so I think we'll hold off on it for the time being until after the selection is made.
This is gonna be Boozer, right? It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have fun and take Caleb Wilson. I would have fun with it, but that's probably the smoothest fit. And I'm sure that we'll elaborate on that real soon here. But Memphis is just a weird situation. Especially, the Kings pulled themselves out of the Ja Morant sweepstakes. Same with the Pelicans. Suns aren't said to be interested. Where is he a plausible fit for Morant?
Man, I don't even know who needs him.
I don't know who wants him.
Yeah, not the Kings, and that's a low bar.
Yeah, because they usually want everyone.
Yes, but first team that came to mind to me, it would not fit well. I wouldn't be surprised about Miami trying to get into the mix, but even then, what does that look like? Is it Jovic and another player?
Yeah, Davion Mitchell.
Right. It's just there's really not a whole lot more plausible fits out there. They might have to attach a first to him just to get off of the contract. And if you're kind of incentivized, I would kind of take that swing. I would take that swing on the upside of him. But this is also just a matter of the lottery luck kind of not playing in their favor. I totally would have thought Peterson would have been a great fit over with Memphis. But the Grizzlies select Cam Boozer.
Experience.
Yeah.
Again, everything going as expected so far. And again, we talked about Boozer pretty extensively, so we'll keep this pretty brief. One of the guys that's just going to be a really great connecting piece. Not the most athletic guy, but you talk about somebody who just has great IQ, man. The feel on him is just so impressive, and just I don't think we'll see a prospect process the game that quickly again as far as college prospects go. Again, we can be nitpicky about the athleticism, and it's concerning on a number of different fronts. But you take a look at, some of the non-athletic players in the league, or at least the ones that lack it, like a Steph, able to make his impact on the game just by, running around on the court and just utilizing all of his stamina. Shea, he doesn't have the vertical athleticism like most folks. He's able to dominate in other ways. Boozer is going to be just fine. He's the safest player within the top four, and somebody that I have no doubt in my mind will be one of the best players within this draft class. So I don't think there's really any bust potential with Boozer.
No, yeah, worst case scenario, he's going to be, I think, a very serviceable NBA guy for at least a decade.
At least. But, we're waiting for the Bulls to make their pick. I'm pretty sure we know who it's going to be. But we'll hold off for the time being. Let's talk about it. I'm so excited to talk about the deal. I mean, I'm just going to give you the floor to just, kind of give your eulogy, your monologue, just full breakdown of this Giannis trade.
Yeah, I kind of knew it was going to happen this year. It was every year before, everyone was saying, oh, he's going to be traded. He's going to be traded. It's it's not going to happen. But this year it was finally yeah, it's about time.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, they should have traded him last year when his value was quite literally at its peak.
Yeah.
I mean, being on an expiring deal, you're not going to get nearly the return of what you would have gotten last year.
For sure.
And if you're looking at the roster and the situation last year, that's when they should have traded him. Because you're not expecting to make any kind of finals run with that roster that you constructed last year. So, I mean,
Yep.
you're expecting almost like a KD level package back in return for Giannis, and now you're getting 4 good players, but not like elite that you could have gotten in last year.
Yeah.
Not
For
a big
sure.
Jaime Jaquez guy.
I do like Jaime Jaquez, but for Giannis, it's like,
Yeah, no.
Yeah, like the one downside about that deal, like all of the future capital that you're getting, it's so much further down the line, and you still have draft picks that you owe to Portland, among other teams. How you're able to go ahead and improve the roster beyond that, you kind of do have to look towards the routes of, looking at a Tyler Hero trade, trying to, fish off for more assets and really kind of tear this down and see what you can develop. I will say, I am a fan of Khalil Ware. I don't think the motor issues are as crazy as like a DeAndre Ayton. We're very aware of, motorless bigs, but I don't think that we're to that extent, especially with, Ware, who actually utilizes all of his physical and athletic traits when he actually turns it on. I guess, what's the asset that you are looking at that you're just that you're bullish on, that you're high on?
I mean, I like all the players in the deal, but there's not any like clear superstar.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I like Jaime Jaquez. I liked him when he was at UCLA, so that's fun. But I feel like they're gonna ship off Tyler Hero to the Pistons and try to just get a little more assets, because I mean, they got to rebuild. So try to get as many assets as you can.
Yeah. And when you got a coach in, Taylor Jenkins, who kind of has specialized a little bit more within the player development realm, at least in those first couple of years, in the Morant, Jaren Jackson era, you kind of just have to take some swings on some young talent. And I think, it's a good starting point to have when you got, picks 10 and 13 that you have now. It's a nice selection. And if you're able to get like a Ron Holland from Detroit, like I would love that for Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll eventually circle right back around to this. I do just want to get to Solomon real quick. Again, thank you so much for tuning in, Solo. Who do you think the Suns are going to be picking up? It's going to be a while. They have only the 47th pick in this year's draft class. The first names that I think of is just like a Trayvon Brazil, a Baba Miller, just wings, big time wings. And I'll just quickly wrap it up here. Like, I would prefer for them to move into the first round to get somebody a little bit more higher end than some of these low end prospects. But now we get to Caleb Wilson. Just got selected by the Bulls at pick 4. And Carson, me and Andrew were talking about this a little earlier. Like, me and him are very high on Caleb Wilson's potential. Like, you're going to see like Giannis and Kevin Garnett's shades within this and think, how the hell do you have that? Given just, how good of players they are, why is he not the number 1 prospect? Like, injury history is going to be a concern, but we just haven't seen somebody play with that level of ferociousness, power, energy, and athleticism in a really long time as far as a prospect goes. And that's something that's just so easily translatable to it. You talk about him being an underrated passer, just being an automatic bucket when getting to the rim. Like, he is, to him and I, one of the players that has the highest potential in this draft class. To me, the highest potential in this draft class, just based off of the physical tools, the athletic traits. Him falling this far is not a surprise to me. The injury history is a concern. But you take a swing on an athletic freak like that and you just move forward.
Yeah, just take best player available at that point.
Yeah. But now the draft really starts, because I think the top 4 was kind of chalk. And as we kind of get to pick 5, let's add in our 4th guy in here. Welcome back, Stewie.
What's up, fellas? Good, happy to be here.
Isn't it
Can you
crazy?
hear me?
Like, yes, we can.
Awesome, perfect.
I feel like it's nuts. We're already on year 5. You, me, and Carson of doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
And I don't know about y'all. I feel like we've gotten the quality of this content has gotten better and better as the years have gone on, and it's really cool to have all y'all here. This is really cool.
Yes, sir. Happy to be here.
A lot of fun. I look forward to it every time.
But now, Clippers are up at pick 5, and that's really where everything starts. Again, the top 4 was very much chalk. Like, Andrew earlier brought up the prospect of Braden Burries potentially being, a guy that he would like at number 5. I've brought up Keaton Wagler. Just like, what's a direction that you would like the Clippers to go in as far as how to process all of this? Because they're kind of in a weird spot with, they don't know what they're going to do with Kawhi, but you still have a good amount of win now pieces here. But you also have a top 5 pick. Just your thoughts on the routes that they should be going down with this number 5 selection.
Well, I think you both really gave really good options, Keaton Wagler and Braden Burries. I think point guard is kind of would be a really nice addition to this team. Some really young energy kind of at the back end of the backcourt would really go a long way of helping kind of make this Clippers team a really dangerous one. And then another player to add on to those guys is Acuff. I think Acuff potentially could be the best scorer in this entire draft class. And we saw it in college. He dominated with the Razorbacks. And I think if you got him on a team with Kawhi and Darius Garland, I think that could be really interesting to kind of see what he's able to do with those guys around him.
I find it interesting that you put together the Acuff one. Just because, they have Darius Garland, and he was a guy that was, on the smaller end as well. Like, I find it fascinating, just an Acuff Garland backcourt. I understand the upside selection there. If you were planning on trying to go a full blow up mode and just ship off Garland and Kawhi, I like that. I would like that for sure.
Yeah.
And I know that Caesar, Clippers fan in the chat here, he's he prefers a blow up. So, you kind of root for it for his sake.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to blow the team up, wouldn't you take Acuff? Just based on the upside?
Yes.
I think you'd have to.
Yeah.
But Clippers selection is in here. I guess you kind of look at you find it very fascinating with the deal that they made last year by trading away Harden and bringing over Garland. It kind of signals that rebuild mode. And then they trade Zubats, which was another interesting thing. I wouldn't be mad at a center selection here if they went the route of an Ademara. Let me try to remember some of these other guys. A Yaxel Lenborg would be a reach. Don't get me wrong, but I'm thinking of guys with size for them as well. But you might as well just take one of the top end guys if need be.
Yeah, I think if they were going to go Mara, they would have traded back.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys are interested in those Michigan players as well.
All right.
They do pick up Wagler. We'll make this one brief too, at least on my end, since I did a whole 3-hour stream going ahead and talking about just all of his strengths and weaknesses. But let's head on over to him. He was my number 6 guy. That's how he ended up as. I saw a lot of Halliburton comparisons to him, and I think I understand it from a size perspective. But I don't really see a whole lot of that in him. I see a little bit more of like the Austin Reeves, the AJ Mitchells, just a little bit more of like the crafty, not so very athletic guards that can go ahead and draw fouls at a really nice rate and really shoot from beyond the arc really well too. He could finish at the rim a little bit better, but just him drawing fouls at the rate that he does, I think is I think that's a very important trait for any of these guys to have. He kind of has that herky jerkiness to him that allows him to go ahead and get those foul calls in the first place. You talk about this in the context of fitting with the Clippers. I find it interesting, especially if they end up bringing back a Benedict Mathurin through restricted free agency, who they acquired in the Ivica Zubac's deal. How exactly he will fit in there. Maybe he ends up just being the backup point guard and just being like your Bogdanovich replacement. But Wagler, really good prospect, really patient prospect as far as his play style goes as well. Like this felt like a pick that was chalk to me too. I'm curious what you guys would think of that, but I think this is a very good, very safe selection here for the Clippers.
Yeah, I liked him the best out of all the like between him, Wagler, and Flemings. I think was the other three guys outside of the top four where they were all closely paired together. He was my favorite out of all of them. There's some thing where I like him shooting, but he did play in a very good offensive system at Illinois. So we'll see how it translates.
Yeah, and I mean, I think going back to the early discussion, I think the only person you would have taken over Keaton Wagler in this situation would be a Cuff, and that would be if you're blowing it up. But it doesn't seem like that's what the Clippers want to do. I think they want to take advantage of the time they still have with Kawhi and with Darius Garland on the team, and I think they're going to try and get the exciting new guy in Keaton Wagler and see kind of what he can do with his pretty decent size for a backcourt guy.
Yeah, like the Clippers should still be a relative force in there. Granted, if they decide to keep it going down this Kawhi route, that's still to be decided, because I know I've seen a couple of different reports now about them still potentially shopping, teams calling and being interested in Kawhi Leonard, but ultimately we'll cross that when we do get there. Otherwise, Wagler is a very good selection here. But now we got a
question for Carson. So you guys got 2 picks here inside the lottery. Who do you want to see the Bucks take?
The first one is, I'm a Tennessee guy, so Nate Ament. I think he has high upside. He can just be the cornerstone if he develops and gets better. Second guy, honestly, just like another forward or center, because I like what we have at point guard. But really, we blew it up, so just best player available and probably just someone with high upside.
Yeah, you can kind of play around. Like the possibility of trading up at all for an A-Cuff?
I hope so. Do we want to flip assets to move up when we don't have many assets to begin with is the question.
Yeah, it's a fair question to ask in that regard. And I wouldn't mind Ament being picked at 10 would kind of be the range for me where I'd be comfortable with him. Because I see the upside. He draws fouls at a crazy rate. And, he has the shooting touch. He showed that in high school. It just never really translated over to college. So just going ahead and banking on that wouldn't be a bad pick at all. But we got Brooklyn up. I feel like they just need anybody. So getting yourself taking a swing on an A-Cuff feels like a plausible move.
Add another guard into the mix, why not?
Yeah, why not?
After drafting 4 last year?
On my screen, they're looking real excited with whoever they picked, so he's probably good. Gotta be good.
I'm not gonna say what I want to say. It would just be funny if it was just a completely different player than any of us were imagining.
JT Toppin.
JT Toppin.
They did trade away Nick Claxton. Who knows?
Hey.
Who knows?
I keep waiting for that ATL to change to a BOS and Jalen Brown's on the Hawks.
That would be nuts. Could still happen. Yeah.
Oh, Mikel Brown.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I feel like he's one of the two really big upside guys, him and A-Cup, I feel.
That's exactly how I feel. We'll switch it over there now. I mean, Mikel Brown ended up being my number 10 prospect in this class, and a lot of that stemmed from the inefficiencies, and I talked about that a little bit earlier. But ultimately, this is like the perfect Maury ball player, I guess you could say, that just bombs from three. I mean, if you were going to go ahead and take a look, his three is like high volume, all like 40. Let me see if I can find his overall just 3-point shooting from beyond the arc. Mikel Brown.
It was 34%.
It was 34%. Per 100 possessions, he would have attempted 15 threes per game. It is an insane volume. You'd also talk about, I talk about Maury ball, finishing at the rim, really cutting out all of the mid-range, which is exactly what he did when he was playing over at Louisville. And he just operates like a normal point guard, normal offensive guard, operating a lot of pick and rolls, being able to play off of the ball and spot up and come off of screens. The inefficiencies are the scariest thing within his game. And that's why I kind of cap him out a little bit as far as like the comps with like Malik Monk and Anthony Simons, just being flamethrowers and being really athletic when it comes to getting to the rim. Otherwise, I think this is a fine swing. Like, this team does need somebody that has the potential of being a franchise guy, and between, Brown and A-Cuff, you really didn't have, there wasn't too many other options for that type of player that you could swing on as your number one. And I'm totally fine with Mikel Brown, who at the very least has defensive upside too.
I think the Kings got what they wanted. A-Cuff sliding to him.
Yeah, that's exactly what I didn't want, and they raced to get their pick in.
Fast. Holy moly.
Let's answer our boy Solomon's question real quick. Do you think the Clippers are trading Darius for some pieces because he's not a shooting guard? Is essentially what he's saying. I don't think that he gets dealt. I think that Wagler is a little bit more of a 2 to me, who also just has really good playmaking ability. I don't have an issue with, Wagler has size too, so you can go ahead and easily slide into the 2. So Garland at the 2 wouldn't have ever made sense. I think it's a nice fit. Would it be clunky due to athletic concerns? Yeah, but I don't think that they would be shipping him off anytime soon, unless they just decided to blow everything up with a Kawhi trade.
Yeah, I think they really like Garland.
Yeah, and I think if they were going to shop anyone, it would be Kawhi. I think Kawhi would be out the door before Garland. Mainly just because I think he could garner more than Garland would, because Garland's already been kind of passed around by a couple teams now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If they were to blow it up, if they were going to trade Garland, they may as well trade Kawhi and just blow up everything. And in that case, you would have drafted A-Cuff or Mikel Brown.
Mm-hmm. I almost don't want to give my analysis of this pick too quickly. I feel like I think we all know of who's going to be the pick here, but honestly, any type of talent is a plus for the Kings, especially them. The plan is for them to wave and stretch DeMar DeRozan, You know that Levine is probably going to pick up his player option, and that's an additional $50 million on the books. At the very least, this pick will give them a little bit more of a direction, somebody to try to build the franchise around, and we'll get into that really soon here.
Yeah.
But like, what else is like? I'll ask the question when the selection is made, because I think he's kind of chalk as far as what his overall skill set is.
They're gonna move off Sabonis too, right? I feel like he's got too much value not to just keep him around.
That's what I was thinking.
You think?
Yeah, them boys were quick to lock it up for Acuff.
What a surprise.
But biggest boomer bust prospects here, in my opinion. You talk about somebody who just has virtually zero defensive ability. You talk about somebody that was the best offensive engine in basketball as far as manipulating defenses, shooting, getting to the rim, just so comfortable within his offensive game that also just gets brought down by not just like bad defensively and like stats wise, but the effort when you watch him is super alarming. And that's going to be the biggest swing thing. If he can be bad, not awful, or if he can be below average, not the worst, like you're probably looking at a franchise cornerstone. But that there's really no medium happy ground in regards to Acuff. It's very hard to come up with a comp for him just because he's a little bit more physically imposing or built than a Garland or a Maxey. But this is easy chalk for the Kings. They're so desperate for really any level of excitement within this franchise after trading away De'Aaron Fox and whatnot in their playoff year, the Beam team. And this gives them a sense of direction.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's gonna be interesting to see kind of how he fits into this backcourt if they do decide to keep with, the DeMar DeRozans and Zach LaVines and those guys. Kind of see how, the touches are spread out amongst those guys. Because if I know Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, they're gonna want the rock. At their age, they feel like they've earned their time. And, it's going to be interesting to see how the ball is passed around, how well he passes the ball. Because he's an elite scorer and he knows it. It's going to be interesting to see how those dynamics develop over this next year.
You guys seeing this graphic on the ESPN broadcast? Pete Maravich averaged 44.5. Holy God.
In college?
Yeah.
Gosh.
That's Pete.
No, I think it's good. Betting on a Calipari guard is a good bet too.
Easily, and I think that's kind of like the main, like that's the thing that you take most away from him. You get to play with Calipari, and let's be honest, like Calipari adjusted his system tremendously to way more of a heliocentric. Everything revolves around Darius Acuff type of system, which we hadn't seen ever out of Calipari. Like I don't remember the John Wall years or the Towns years, the Shea years really being anything close to that. So that's kind of like its own level of stamp of approval.
That's true. I mean, when you have a 44% 3-point percentage, that's, you want to get that guy the ball as much as you can, I feel. I mean, he's one of those like special scorers in this draft class. Like he could end up being by far the best offensive player in this draft class. I don't think anyone would be terribly shocked at that just because of how dynamic he is offensively. But obviously, the motor questions and definitely the defensive questions will be strongly tested in an NBA level.
Did want to give the floor to y'all. Like I did want to ask, just in regards to like, there's so many issues with how that roster is built, again, we might be looking at a DeMar wave and stretch him off of the team in a couple of weeks here. You'll probably still be looking at Levine on the roster. You might look at a Sabonis trade. Just like what's your best route in regards to building out a successful rookie foundation for Acuff, because I think that this first year is going to be very important as far as getting the motor up, making him get up and want to play for a franchise that really has not had any direction in a long time. What needs to go right in his rookie season with Sacramento to reach that?
Just find a way to. He's got to be your number one on offense.
Like, put the ball in his hands.
Yeah, you just got to sort of punt on having any success really this season as far as winning goes, and just make sure he's developing the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make sure he's comfortable in the system.
Yeah.
Kind of adapt the system to him.
Yeah. Kind of create something that, like, what he had with Calipari at Arkansas. Like, he has to kind of be the guy, because let's be frank, this team is not going to be good in, like, basically any sense of the word. So
yeah,
if you want him to be engaged, he's going to have to be getting the rock. Otherwise, he's just going to lose interest. And, you know, like, winning cures all, but they definitely won't be winning. So
not for
he's going to have
for
to
a while.
Yeah. So I don't see how else they would do without catering it to him.
But we now get to the Hawks. This is their pick from the Pelicans, which was such an insane trade when it happened last year. They gave up an unprotected pick to go get Derek Queen. But hey, ultimately, once they traded away Trae Young, I didn't think they would be a playoff team. And they kind of pulled it out their ass, and they gave the Knicks a pretty decent run for their money in the first round. As crazy as that sounds, given, you know, how dominant they were last year. But what's a plausible selection here for Atlanta? It feels like they're playing with house money with having a lottery pick after everything that they've done in the last year and a half or so with their roster.
I mean, I think you kind of have to go like point guard, like here. I think a guy like a Kingston Flemings would be really good for this team. A depth, like really good kind of floor manager kind of guy with really good offensive scoring potential, and probably the best defensive skills of any of the backcourt guys up this high in the draft. I think. I mean, CJ McCollum's not getting any younger. I mean, he carried this team as far as he could, but I think some youth would be really good in the backcourt.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad selection at all. And that is a selection.
There he is.
Kingston Flemings. Let me bring him up now. So I won't lie, I thought that I would be just a little bit lower on him, mainly because of the size. He looks way more slender, and I've done my best to really try to stay away from all of the small guards, because that's been my weakness for 5 years now, is the smaller scoring guards, I guess you could say. Flemings is just so impactful defensively, and I think that there's a world where you see how this can translate, because this isn't like a Reed Shepherd situation a few years ago where Shepherd was really productive defensively over at Kentucky. I believe that was where he was from. But a lot of that wasn't really all that scalable, given how upfront and aggressive Kentucky's defense was and their scheme was at that point in time. And while this is an aggressive system over in Houston, there's just more traits to Flemings. The speed is really effective. He is able to get his own buckets a lot more effectively and efficiently. And it's to the point where I take a look at how he's getting to his spots, and I feel that there's a little bit more. Uh, a lot of things can be translated better here. Now, he is on the slender side, 6'3", 180 pounds, and he just looks like a very skinny player. You certainly hope for his finishing at the rim to be better, only in the 35th percentile, not really getting to the free throw line all that often. But this is very much the Derek White, if you're talking about just a specific role in the first couple of years with CJ there, with Nickeil Alexander-Walker there. High end, you're talking about a De'Aaron Fox, somebody that is able to get a couple of three-pointers off on some pretty good efficiency, blazing fast, defensive playmaker. There is a world here where him being the backup to CJ for a year just plays a great benefit to him, and the defensive upside that comes with Flemings and the potential that comes with having Alexander Walker, Jalen Johnson, Dyson Daniels, among other names. It's a really fun prospect to think about. And you talk about this fit being really good, Stuart, and I give you props to that. It's a really good fit and a really good selection.
Yeah, they're obviously going to need a guy in waiting here because CJ McCollum older now, no Trae Young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this Hawks team kind of showed what it could do when they have a point guard who's really contributing at a high level in the playoffs. I mean, we saw it against the Knicks. CJ McCollum was balling out and doing insane things, and I think, Kingston Flemings has a really high level, like a level he can reach that's like beyond that. And I think if he's able to produce as well as he can, I think him along with guys like Jalen Johnson and Dyson Daniels, if he continues to develop, and whatever Zachary Shea can become, I think this team could be really exciting in the next year or two with this kind of young group of guys as they continue to develop.
Think Dallas goes with a Michigan guy here?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah. I think if they don't, it'll be Braden Burries.
Yeah, Shams is playing with us on Twitter, going ahead and saying, I have a feeling that new Mavs coach Dusty May will be bringing a Wolverine up next at number 9. I'm like, that's such a tease. You may as well just say who. But honestly, this was a hiring that surprised me. I'm a little bit, less in on the college sphere throughout the season. Was this ever on anybody's radar, him potentially leaving Michigan?
No.
I think it was talked about at one point, but that was earlier on in the season before they won everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was, I mean, when the news came out a couple days ago, it was like, oh my gosh, that's insane. But, it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do in the NBA level. I mean, he was good enough to win a national championship with Michigan, so let's see what he can do with the Mavs.
With a full-on team of transfers, it felt like.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
True that.
It was pretty crazy. He brought in a pretty good recruiting class too. So.
Let's see the pick.
Which Michigan guy?
Perez Johnson.
Okay. I'm kind of a fan of this. Dallas
He's
need a big
freak.
flag. Like maybe a healthy big, perhaps Solomon, but yeah, this is a fun selection. Let's because he ended up being somebody that was a little bit higher on within the consensus rankings. He was my 15. He was my 15 guy, just behind Nate Ament, but ahead of Fanspo and ESPN. But this was a guy that I really liked defensively speaking. Just strong, very long in the arms, just moved around the court so damn well. He even picked up full court. I remember seeing a couple of possessions. I I believe it was in the tournament where he was just really effective, just going up and down the court. Just plays a physical brand of ball. He is not one that gets rushed whenever he's finishing at the rim, and it kind of shows in just where he ranked as far as scoring in the paints. 81st percentile on cuts, 96 in post-ups, 71st as a roll man, and on putbacks, 94th in transition. He just does a whole lot of the little things that are just really effective in a basketball sphere. You do think about his shooting, I think that he has a good mechanics, good form. It's on low volume, and he didn't really shoot too many of those at Michigan. It's just something that he kind of got to think about. And he's a play finisher. He's not really going to initiate his own offense. And you wish for his defensive production to be a little bit better given all of the tools that he has. This is a guy that reminds me quite a bit of like an Isaiah Stewart, who has since become a really good defensive piece over with the Detroit Pistons. And, he has since become a little bit more mobile in his own right. Morez Johnson, I really liked his overall game at Michigan as a connective piece. And again, there's so many connecting pieces over in Dallas that, you surround Cooper Flagg with that level of length and athleticism and movements. I think that's really a smart thing for that franchise to do.
Yeah, and I think, something that I liked about Morez Johnson Jr. is he is always working hard, Mm-hmm. I mean, in the stats, he only got 7.3 rebounds a game, but that's playing with guys like Jackson Lindeborg and Adai Mara still on your team, and those guys are getting insane amounts of boards too. So it's kind of tough to share the love with rebounds. Mm-hmm. And I think he's one of those guys who's always going to give it his best, and I think he's someone who's gonna be really tough to get defensive boards against. He's gonna make you work for every rebound. Even though he's not a 7-footer, he plays kind of like he's 7 foot. Mm-hmm. I remember watching him in a tournament and be like, oh my gosh, this guy's giant. He's everywhere all the time. And then I'd look and he's he's only 6'9". It's that's crazy. But he's just a fun player to watch, and I think he's gonna fit really well with that young star in Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, it's nice for him too, going with his college coach. Doesn't have to adjust to, getting to know someone new, finding out where he fits in. Is Burry's gonna fall to OKC?
Oh my gosh, that would be insane.
That won't happen.
No way.
That better not happen. But Bucks up. I mean, we talk about Ament here. Now the board's kind of falling kind of nice. Morez Johnson, he was my number 15 guy, and I like Morez Johnson. I mean, you still have Mara on the board. You have Lenborg on the board. You have Burries. And, I have, he's probably not going to get picked in the lottery, unfortunately, but I like Philon quite a bit from Alabama. The board has fallen really well for Milwaukee to where it really is just best player available from here on out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the board's playing out pretty good for that.
And is the reason why you want Ament so badly, is it the bias?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little Tennessee bias.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
But it's interesting now, with Milwaukee, just you have you still have a couple pieces here that can be offloaded. Whether that's Miles Turner. I could be blanking on more Kyle Kuzma. That would be the funny one. If you're able to get off of Kuzma, how you're able to do that. Tyler Hero, of course. But particularly with Turner, that was such an interesting decision that they made last year. Now they're just taking on a whole lot of money from Dame's contract, and then they paid it to a guy that was never really much of a ceiling raiser to begin with. Just curious what the market would end up looking like for him, how they end up paving way for Ware, or do they go too big? That was a topic of conversation last year when the Suns traded for Mark Williams and drafted Kaman Malawach. This league entering an era of just re-entering an era of two bigs and really trying to be athletic and big in all different areas of your of the game. Curious if what would you think of that, Carson? Just the prospect of a too big system.
I mean, as long as they can stretch the floor, I think that'll work good. Mm-hmm. At least now in the NBA, you have to be able to stretch the floor. So I wouldn't be opposed to that, especially if they get Nate Ament, and I think that would fit pretty well too.
But you're going to be. I hope you're happy with Braden Burries.
I would be too.
Good.
Yeah. Him and KPJ together. I'd be pretty happy with that.
So, Braden Burries, my number 7 guy. Think you would like to know a little bit more about him. Again, he was probably, he made it to the Final Four after all, so you probably know a little bit about him. But again, this is the guy that, to me, he was my number 7 guy. I feel like he's bust-proof. I don't think that there's really any way that he becomes a bust. He's just so good at every little thing. You could be nitpicky about a number of different things. You could be nitpicky about his low usage role, the lack of primary responsibilities that he had, just because it was such a balanced system over at U of A. You could talk about just the athleticism, it's good athleticism, don't get me wrong, but we're trying to find some things that are a little bit nitpicky about him. Otherwise, this is a perfect ancillary piece next to any player. You talk about, very solid playmaking, efficient finishing at the baskets. He finished 45% of his floaters and shot 65% at the rim. Very effective mid-range game at the 45%. He's able to play on the ball and off of the ball, and that shows in his catch and shoots, his handoffs, him coming off of off-ball screens, which is a crazy percentage at 62, by the way. This is just a really good ancillary piece that you have now at your disposal, and yeah, it might be another guard, and you might be high on the likes of like a KPJ. Folks have still kind of tried to hold out hope for KPJ. You just brought in Tyler Hero, and Kasparas Yakuchonis is another one that's they just acquired, and I'm really fascinated by that fit there. Now there's a surplus of guards, and it kind of just makes you think maybe a Hero trade is on the horizon. But I'm very happy that Burries isn't going to Golden State or OKC. So it's a good snipe and a very good player that they end up acquiring.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I watched a lot of Braden Burries this year. He was always so fun to watch. He's also one of those guys who's always working hard. In the early parts of the year, he was really kind of struggling at the start. His shot just wasn't falling, but even though his shot wouldn't be falling, he'd be going to get rebounds. He'd be hustling on defense. He'd be really working hard. And if you'd only seen his first 3 games, this guy's here to play defense and get boards and just kind of be a little bit of a glue guy for this team. But you really see in the second half and later in the year how dynamic of a scorer he can be and how dangerous he can be in transition. I think he's kind of one of those guys who can be solid defensively and then use that defense and turn it into offense. And I think, if they're able to go and get some guys who could be some bigger guys who could kind of run the floor with him, I think that'd be really dangerous in transition. It would have been really fun to see him on the Mavs and run transition with Super Flag, but I think it's a good spot for him too.
I appreciate the fact that you brought up the transition because that's probably his best trait as a player, him being in transition. 5 points per game, over 5 points per game in transition. Over a third of his points came from that. Just super effective on that. I appreciate you bringing that up. That's easily his best trait and something that's going to really be a benefit to this Milwaukee Bucks squad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I saw him ever miss a layup at the rim when he was in transition. I think every time he got the steal, he was either making a layup or dishing it out to someone for a three, and it was really fun to watch him like be so smart with his decisions as far as that goes.
It's funny. I want to bring up a stat for you really quickly. There is a Keaton Wagler. You know, like both of these guys are like both pretty unathletic for better or worse. Wagler missed his only dunk attempt of the year. He only had one dunk attempt throughout the entire season at Illinois. I just wanted to bring that up. I found that to be a funny stat.
That's crazy. I mean, I think Braden Burries might be a little bit more athletic than people like think. I mean, there were a lot of times when like he would take someone off the dribble and be quick. Like he's a very quick player. It's like he's pretty quick off the dribble, and a lot of times I'd see him take someone off the dribble and then dunk it. And I think, oh, he's just gonna go for the layup. This is college basketball. Most people don't dunk it. And, I'd see him dunk balls that like most people don't. I think he's one of those sneaky athletic guys. I mean, he's 6'4" and he's pretty big for like a backcourt guy. He's 215. I think he's got maybe a little bit higher of an athletic ceiling than Keaton Wagler, but I think Keaton Wagler has obviously shown that he has a little bit more upside in general.
Mm-hmm.
I like Burry's ability, like we mentioned earlier, to play off ball, especially with the number of guards they have now in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
Allow them to play around a little bit, see who they like and want to keep.
Yeah, like they're giving themselves, the chance to kind of future-proof their team with as kind of like a surplus at positions. I like that you brought that up because it really is a surplus, and they are going to be experimenting with which guys are going to come out as the pillars of this franchise, and Burries is a safe bet for that franchise. But you have Golden State up now.
Take Mara, right?
It's gotta be Mara or Yaxel. It's either Yaxel or Mara. It's somebody who can help you win now, and it has to be a big.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't had a good big in ever. I don't think they've ever had a good center.
Wilt?
Yeah.
Wilt.
Exactly. Wilt since Wilt, yeah.
60s for that. You're nuts. But yeah, like I feel like they're going to bring back Porzingis, and he might play 20 games. It's kind of how it's been over the last couple of years here is with his health scare. And that's the way that I'm going to put it. But yeah, like you talk about Amara, you talk about a Lenborg. I had originally thought of Braden Burries for them. Like you can't really go the Ament route. You kind of like if he was healthy, like Quaintance would be awesome. Like Quaintance has an opportunity to fall out of the first round, which it's kind of the fear with him, right? It's kind of the athleticism going ahead and going down a great amount after tearing his ACL and just destroying his knee. But I like the prospect of getting a big here for Golden State.
Yaxel.
Yaxel.
Shout out Yuma, Arizona.
Yeah. Forgot he was here at a JUCO, right?
Yeah.
Damon, my man, just wanted to say, appreciate you, my man. I know we seriously appreciate you for turning into Three-Peat Sports for your draft coverage because, there's so many other outlets that you can go ahead and go to, and you chose us, and that's really awesome of you. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate you and everybody that's in this chat room right now. But Yaxel Lenborg, I find it interesting because me and you, Andrew, we're kind of different there. You're not too high on Lenborg, and there's there's ways where I'm just like, okay, I can maybe see that. He's 20. He's going to be 24. He's going to be 23. Excuse me. An older prospect, just a guy that has a little bit more wear and tear to his body. And ultimately, like, he's not much of a creator. He's very much this glue guy, this sort of play finisher. But I feel like he's greatly improved at a lot of those aspects. He could have entered the draft last year, and he was a little bit better of an initiator last year at UAB. But he kind of condensed his role quite a bit, and he was way more efficient because of that. You see a 72% true shooting in the 2-point range. He was, the defense was 5 points better when he was on the court. A really good finisher, effective, really good shooter. I mean, you can take a look at 44% on unguarded threes, 38% off the dribble on a low usage rate. So he's able to come in and just be very effective from day one, just being a connective glue guy, which has been the calling card for him for 2 years now. There isn't much athleticism to his name. He doesn't have too much explosion or self-creation juice, but ultimately that's not what Golden State is going to be asking of him to do. They are going to go ahead and have him be an awesome spot-up guy, be a really good movement player, play within the flow of, you can imagine him playing a role, not a play style, but a role that Draymond Green is playing for that team. Just a little bit more of the screener type, make a little bit more decisions in the short roll. And Ledborg can excel in that. He can absolutely excel in that. And I think that it's a very solid fit here over in Golden State, a team that's trying to win, still trying to maximize the Steph Curry window.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't the biggest actual guy, but him in Golden State is definitely a really good fit.
Yeah, I mean, I think him and Curry both in like a pick and roll situation, I think that's gonna be really fun to see, because they can both be, dangerous all over the court. Axel shot 37% from three at his height and size. That's something you have to take note of, kind of no matter where he is on the court. And if you're playing the Golden State Warriors, your focus is always on Curry. And I think it's going to leave players like a Yaxel open in the corner. I think that's something he really excels at. Is if he's going to get a corner three, he's going to get a good chance to knock it down. And I think players like Curry and playmakers like Draymond are going to be able to get in plenty of those opportunities.
So Solo's asking, is this Curry's last season? I think he just wants us to make a prediction here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. I think he knows he's got plenty of ball left, and I think for as long as he's still that shooting threat on and off the ball, I don't think that he's going to retire really anytime soon. I think he'll be here for another 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if he wanted to play till he's 45 and just turn into a spot-up shooter, he can do that too.
And, after all, folks go ahead and say that he's more of a 2 than a point guard after all.
True. That's what they say. That's what people are saying.
I mean, the amount he runs around the court, he might just play every position at that point. He's everywhere.
Stu, you are getting a ton of love.
I am. It's insane.
Oh, that's my burner.
Yeah.
No, that's good. That's good.
Oh, shoot. But, Evan, I appreciate you for joining the chat, my man. But OKC up. Oh, man. They're going to select Mara.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Now that, we'll see if they actually select him. But that's, I'm bullish on the notion of them actually, passing up on him, because, that was the rumor for a little bit, that they try to trade up with Dallas at 9 to go ahead and get their center, get their guy. And now we're just in a weird spot where I think they're going to continue to try to. OKC is in a weird spot. I actually wanted.
Would they pick Mara?
I
It's
think they
Hartenstein's
both-
money for.
Yeah, they still got Hartenstein and Chet. The only way he would get minutes, I feel, is if one of those guys got hurt.
The Hartenstein has a team option, and they've been trying to shed money. So they might just decline that and see what ends up going on from there. And ultimately, like, Ched is a 4 to me. And I know that's I just want it to be made very clear that I have never been more happy about a draft take than my take on Chet all those years ago. Because I had him at number 4 at that time. And granted, it's wrong to have him behind Jaden Ivey and Jabari Smith after all. But my premise was just he's a number 2. He, my number 1 prospect should be a number 1, and he's not anywhere close to a number 1.
Do Mara.
And they do go Mara. All right. That's not what I wanted
Wow.
at all. But Mara, former UCLA guy, didn't really get too many minutes over there. And he comes on over to Michigan in his last year, and he was just an inside force. I mean, very effective at the rim. I mean, 68% on all twos. He was 81% at the rim, which is a crazy number. Mainly on, these post hooks, these putbacks. He was somebody who was just a big man, 7'3", 260 pounds, 7'7" wingspan. Just really effective there. And you can imagine, like, he hinders a lot of jumpers. Or a lot of paint shots. He had 2.6 a night, a 12% block rate, which was, it grades out very well. And the defense was almost 8 points better with him on the courts. And you also take a look at his passing as just another added offensive trait to his game that makes him a little bit more viable as an offensive piece. Obviously, I don't really expect much of a jumper within his game at all. I don't see that really developing. He doesn't really recover all that well defensively if he does get beat off the dribble, which is to be expected. I mean, he's a big, lumbering center. You don't expect him to do so. But the main thing with him, you just got to hope that he develops his core strength. He does have a lot of drivers going in and, just running into their chest. And he gets moved off to the line pretty well. Otherwise, like this... I'm jealous that they didn't have to give up anything and they still have the 17th pick to go ahead and add a little bit more to their roster. Mara is a good fit. He's a development guy, just like how Thomas Sorber is, their center that they drafted last year. Same with Nikola Topic, who has just been through hell and back through his first 2 seasons of his NBA career. But this is a fun fit, especially if you're able to go ahead and I'm trying to imagine the short roll game between him and Mara and the amount of space that these other players have to operate with. And that's scary. This is a really scary selection for the rest of the league, to me personally.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have 7'3" Mara and 7'1" Chet Holmgren in the box. I don't know how anyone is ever gonna score driving into the paint with those guys there. I mean, if you're not able to get them outside the paint offensively, I don't know how many paint points are gonna be scored like ever against those guys. I mean, the only person who might be able to is Wemby, and that dude is the exception to everything. So.
Some of this pick does feel like it's a Wemby trauma too. I mean, obviously he was probably the best guy on the board, but 7'3", no shoes. They're like, damn, we gotta have a guy stop this dude.
Yeah, I mean,
it's real.
Oh, good question, John. Can teams still buy picks? I think you can't buy picks if you're in the second apron. If you're above a certain tax level, paying certain salaries and whatnot. I believe if you're in the first apron, if you're in that middle ground between above the tax but below, the luxury tax, then I think you're then I think you're okay. Anybody with cap space, they're going to be okay too.
Don't tell Sarver that. He might try selling the Suns pick. Still.
After the draft tomorrow, are you going to do an off-season stream? It's a good question. I might. Stay tuned. I'll hit you up in a little bit. But John asking, what are y'all's thoughts on Three-Peat? Feels like the jumper issues will make him fall. I'll let y'all take the floor for this first before I give my answer.
Yeah, I mean, the jumper is definitely the worst part of his game. He's good defensively. He's got good size. He'll always go get a board if you ask him to. Like he's a high motor guy. He wants to win. He wants to play good. He would fit in pretty good with the Heat. Kind of funnily enough, I feel like he'd be one of those Heat culture guys. But I don't think his shot is broken. I think it's something that can be developed, and I think it's something that can help him. He can be helped in the NBA. I think become more of a stretcher of the floor, but I think that is definitely why, after his hot start at the beginning of the year, he's kind of fallen down draft boards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. I know we're talking about this off air. Like some of these off-season videos, shooting videos, like, what are we doing? You think Ben Simmons contacted him? He's like, yeah, that's good. Post it.
Yeah. But I am in agreement. He's had to overhaul his jumper so many times. And I want to put it like this. I do like Three-Peat. I think that his downhill ability is really good. I think that he is effective as a team defensive player. And he crashes the glass. And I think, you talked about getting a rebound when he's asked to. I think he just does that because he has to, and he wants the ball. He does create a good amount of space within the mid-range because he's so physically gifted. But the jumper is a concern. There's really not a lot of evidence for that. He doesn't really have many elite athletic traits. And he's not much of a defensive playmaker, racking up the steals and actually picking up blocks and whatnot. And the playmaking isn't really all that there. So you go ahead and I question, what does a role for him look like? What does it look like for him offensively speaking? But there's ways to do so. Dunker spot, going ahead and having him in the short corner, just kind of resting there and just playing physically there. And I'm gonna put it like this. I really do like the dude, not for the player, the prospect, but I've also had opportunities to interview him when he was over at Perry High School. When he was doing his signing day for U of A and after the championship game, the championship game, when they went against, who did they play against? They just won the championship this year.
Michigan?
Albeit, one more time?
Michigan?
No, I'm talking high school last year. Because I got to see Koa play in the championship game with a broken shooting hand and him having a double-double with 17 and 10. And they've four-peated after all. So, I'm really rooting for Koa to succeed because, he's a good player and good dude and somebody that I have had, a great pleasure of interviewing.
Nice.
Oh, Perry? You played at Perry?
Yeah, he played at Perry.
They played Gilbert in that championship game.
Gilbert? No.
That's what it said when I looked it up. Gilbert High School's Perry. No, never mind. Should have read the whole thing. Sunny Slope.
Sunny Slope, and
That
they
makes
have
sense. And
themselves.
Phoenix. Yeah.
They also have themselves a 5-star, Wabbington. I was teammates with his cousin.
Ooh,
Nate
there you go.
for the Bucks. All right.
You got his
Get
wish.
back here, Carson. Get your ass back here.
That's a good draft for the Bucks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's a safe pick and then a swing pick. I think that's a good route to go down when you get yourself a safe package that you did with the Giannis deal.
Mhm.
But let's talk about him. Admittedly, like, I'm not the biggest on Nate Ottman. Him being as inefficient as he was throughout the duration of the season was very much a concern to me. Again, 33 from 3, 43 on 2s, 52 at the rim, and this is somebody who's 6'10", mind you.
Mhm.
You know, this was a guy that had a lot of shooting touch over in high school, and it just didn't translate. His best offensive skill right now is getting to the rim and driving and drawing fouls, which at this point, given how refs call games at this point, he's going to fit right in and be able to draw a ton of fouls and get to the free throw line and whatnot. He ended up having like a high usage role. He was very much like their number one over at Tennessee. And he had some decent playmaking ability. You know, his rim pressure brought over a bunch of second defenders, and you know, it led for him to just to dump off to his bigs quite a bit. He ranked in the 74th percentile in rim assists, and has the hypothetical defensive length to be really effective there. But there's a lot of technicalities with him that needs to be refined. You know, I prefer him to sit down on defense instead of stand up as much as he does. It's almost like it's probably like a Risa Shea as far as the athleticism goes and whatnot, and that can be you know, concerning on a number of different fronts. But you can certainly see him he could have an impact as this, you know, role-playing type of wing, somebody that's a little bit more stocky, somebody that if he has the shooting touch and has it brought back, you're looking at a really good and really effective player. But until that happens, it's just going to be a wait and see, and it's a development guy after all.
Yeah, I mean, going kind of back to that Braden Burry's like transition thing, I think it'll be fun to see kind of what both these guys can do in transition. I think they can play really well off each other in transition. I think that's something Nate Ottman, even though he kind of struggles, or his shooting has kind of struggled a little bit like last year and his year in Tennessee. I think, you know, in transition is a place where he can be efficient and be effective like right away. I think it's something he'll be able to take advantage of. And with a guy like Braden Burry's on his team who can help facilitate that, I think that could be pretty interesting to see.
Real quick, what do we think of Steinbach here to the Hornets as a possibility?
I wouldn't be opposed. To that. I take a look at. Yeah, I mean, he's my number 17 guy. I mean, this is a better version of, you know, what they were trying to achieve with the Kalkbrenner. So I wouldn't mind going ahead and taking Steinbach here. But I mean, they have another pick coming up in a couple of picks here. So I think that, you know, it's kind of like they're choosing pick of the litter here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be interesting. And I think he and like Moussa Diabate together in the front court would be pretty interesting to kind of see how that works out.
Yeah,
like having kind of those two big imposing presences. Well, the imposing presence of Moussa Diabate and a guy who can kind of stretch the floor a little bit better in Steinbach. Sorry. I think it'll be interesting to kind of see how that works, and he'll be fun to watch along with guys like LaMelo Ball and kind of see how he sets them up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to this Hornets team next year.
Yeah, they took very substantial steps forward, man. And I'm curious to see how the free agency of Kobe White goes. I think that White is he's one of the flamethrowers in the league that should be starting, but also it's a logjam. He's a perfect 6-man, but deserves to start. What his market ends up looking like, as far as, you know, could a Miami be interested? You know, could he get like Anthony Simons money, $15 million a year? Is that a spot that's worth it? So, you know, they have options. Charlotte does. Even if they lose out on Kobe White in free agency, I think that there's a surplus here.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, we're just gonna show off some more Stuart Love.
Yeah. We love that. We love that.
I was looking at the chat. Kobe White to the Cavs.
Oh,
I don't hate it.
Should pursue him quietly. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, no, me and him. He's in real like deal. Harden and trade away Garland. That's a decent fit. I kind of like that. As far as, you know, the floor spacing goes, and just playing fast, like, I think that fits the brand of basketball that Atkinson wants to play better than Harden does over there. That's an interesting fit. I like that idea.
Let's see what Charlotte does here.
He's really announcing the Giannis trade here. That's funny.
That's kind of crazy.
It
Look at
is
that, Shams. I'm coming for your job.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Steinbach, pick 14. I didn't. You know, maybe that's a lie. I definitely would have thought about. I would have liked a Morez Johnson here, to be completely honest. But Steinbach, let's go ahead and get to him, because, you know, I kind of want you to take the floor for this. I mean, you called this Mr. Chombliss Sharania.
the number one insider. No, yeah, let me pull up your board here. No, I was thinking more the size, and he was a guy because Washington wasn't that good, so no one was really talking about him around March. But just his ability to grab boards, which, I mean, that was the one thing Charlotte was missing last year, was just somebody, an inside presence. So I actually really like this pick.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought up Morez Johnson. Like, if he had fallen here, I think that would have been a slam dunk pick for them too. Just a guy who can kind of be somewhat of an enforcer down below and get those rebounds that really need to be, you know, gotten. But I think something that Steinbach has and Morez really doesn't is like, or not as much potentially, is like that stretch ability. I mean, I think like shot 34% from three. He was, you know, a guy who could really kind of stretch the field and kind of, or the court, pardon me, stretch the court and
just like a receiver, baby.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but you know, put stress on the defense kind of all over the court, and I think it'll be interesting to kind of see how he fits with those other pieces in Charlotte.
He's definitely willing to run too, so at the pace Charlotte wants to play at, he'll definitely be able to do that.
Yeah. I mean, you guys kind of took that over for me. I kind of liked that.
Making it easy for you, Ian.
I will just say, like, the one thing that I wish that he was a little better at was just the rim protection. You know, only over a block a game, and, you know, under a 4% block rate. It's not the greatest thing. But he has an old school style of play, and I think that it's going to really be effective over here. You know, it's a shame that I didn't think of freaking Charlotte here, because like I ultimately thought of like Musa just being a um, really good fit there, and Kalkbrenner, I liked him coming out last year in the draft as well. But good pick, man. It raises the floor a little bit for Charlotte. A little bit more of a stretch aspect, I think, is going to really benefit the likes of LaMelo and especially Brandon Miller, who I think could utilize his athleticism a little bit more in the paint.
I think we have the first girlfriend being shut out by the parents here with the Steinbach. First one of the draft.
I mean, they're also from Germany, so you saw Dirk on the screen. So there was a connection there. Cavs should disband their franchise hero over Mitchell.
Oh wow,
Hmm.
That's a take. I wouldn't be opposed to that just to piss off Solomon.
Mm,
They can't do that. They're getting LeBron back.
yeah, that's
Or
where
he's gonna go.
LeBron's,
Or he's gonna go to Miami.
Yeah.
or he's gonna retire in Miami.
I wouldn't draft Quaintance if there was a third round.
Oh my goodness,
That's a hot take.
that is.
I think that's all stemming. I wouldn't say all. Like, he has no offense. I don't think he has much of an offensive game at all. But I think a lot of that does stem from his ACL injury and just him not recovering well at all from that. Do you think he should have stayed in school? I actually want to ask that real quick. Should he have stayed?
I mean, I think.
Development-
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying, yeah, like development wise, yeah. And I guess the results can be wherever he goes. Like money wise, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'd have to go somewhere where he can, if he needs to still recover from his injury, like he's gonna have to, do that somewhere where he can take the time to do that, in some place where he can really develop. Otherwise, I think it is going to be hard for him to find, time to get like opportunities if he's expected to be like someone who can come in and contribute right away. I just don't think that's something you're going to get out of Jaden Quaintance.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of I kind of want to tie this back with Koa Pete, because he was one of the last guys, one of the top guys that was still considering going back to school, and he opted not to. And it's that's a decision that I agree with. There was just a lot, like, he had to really prove to folks that he can shoot at a adequate level, and that was just way too big of a hurdle, especially with more offensive options coming in over at Arizona, and he kind of just had to stay. And it was just a lot more to hurdle. Quaintance, I kind of look at his injury history, and I do think that another year's worth of trying to prove his worth there would have benefited him. And I also just take a look at shoot, I just had it. You're gonna have to give me a second, but ultimately, that's where it was. Him being like this sort of mystery prospect, right? He was a 5-star recruit. He was highly touted, and now that he hasn't really played a whole lot of games, there's a level of mystery to him where it's just kind of like, do you take the swing with Quaintance? So it's just kind of, I think it's that type of appeal, just being a little bit of a mystery prospect in general, where it's just like, he probably should have stayed in school, but now he still has a chance of reaching top 20 status if need be.
Yeah.
Huh, Stu, you're getting a whole lot of love still.
I guess. I guess.
So Sarah wants to know your thoughts on Darren Peterson.
I think Darren Peterson has the highest ceiling in the entire draft. I think he has the opportunity to be the best scorer and one of the best facilitators for any team that he gets picked by. I think he could easily be the best player in this draft. I think the interest is if he's going to be able to stay on the court. I mean, all his time in Kansas, he was never consistent in his playing time with Kansas, whether legitimate or believed to be non-legitimate. But it's, I think there's a lot he can do that just a lot of people in this draft class can't, and it's a really good draft class. So.
I'm really stoked about this selection. I'm very stoked about this. He's my guy. Phylon's falling too now, so it's just like, man, that might be another big my guy. But Schwain, I really like. The way that I worded it was if he had just a little bit better of a motor, he would be, a bona fide top 10 guy. Like, I saw shades, and I'm not saying that he isn't, it's a great comp. Jimmy Butler, guy with a lot of length, a guy with a lot of athleticism, has the ability to play make, gets to the rim at will. He is really impressive. My hot take over this is, Ament is a little bit more of a highly touted guy. I do think Swain is the better prospect. He is very much a guy who, passes the ball really well. 21% assist rate as a wing is really damn good. 3 rim assists per 100 possessions. It just goes to show the amount of pressure that he puts at the rim, as well as just everything here. 60%. He shot 60% on all of his twos, 48 in the mid range, 64 at the rim, and he had almost 6 unassisted makes at the rim per night. He gets to the rim at will, and it's easily his best trait. You worry about how effective his off-ball shooting is. He does a lot of on-ball things, and how you constrain that role is a fascinating thing. But you're looking at a really athletic player. You're looking at somebody who is a really damn good connecting piece, somebody that's really effective in those areas. Swain is my guy in this draft, and him going to Chicago feels like a really awesome fit, given, I just talked about a Jimmy Butler light comparison, and that's really effective. That's really, really nice for Chicago to have.
Yeah, I'll give my thoughts on him real quick, and then I'm going to have to sadly depart. But, I think you're exactly right. I think he has the athleticism and, the build to be, a really high upside guy, especially defensively. We saw it in, spurts at Texas. I think, he can be a guy who can be the quintessential 3-and-D guy, and plus a little bit more. He's got the length and the ability to play really well defensively and rebound the ball really well. And I think if he's able to kind of figure out his shooting and get his motor consistent, I think that's going to be something. He could be a really, really good player. As you said, he's got a really high ceiling. And I think if he reaches that potential, the Bulls are going to be really happy.
Absolutely. And I did hear you. This sounds like this is where you depart.
Sadly, it is. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Sadly.
I'm so sorry to hear that. And you're still East Coast?
Central time. It's 9 o'clock, so I got to be up at 5. So.
Oh, gosh.
I got the Eastern time.
Really excited about that. Really.
Yeah, I am so sorry for you guys. It is nice crisp 6:50 over in Arizona. But Stu, again, I really appreciate you for hopping on.
Of course, dude.
Year 5, man. This is really cool.
5. I'll try and show up tomorrow. See what I can do. I'll let you know.
That sounds good. You know where you'll hit me. But we'll talk soon.
All right. See ya. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir, Stu. So you actually got your guy. You got your Tennessee guy.
Yeah, I saw it come over. I'm like, yes.
And I'm assuming you just have a different level of do you have renewed excitement?
I do. Yeah. I saw their thought process. I was like, I think they knew they could get him later in the draft. or like later and at 13. So they just took the best guard available.
Mm-hmm.
Let OKC and whoever was in front of them, Golden State, and let the guy fall to you.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with how it played out.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have preferred for y'all to not let Mara go over to
OKC.
go over to OKC. But like it's good strategy. Like as much as like John Horst has been the GM for a decade. Like how long has he been doing this with the Bucks?
For a minute now. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's got a crazy long leash. I thought he would have been gone before this offseason, just given how poorly
his track record with picks has not been great.
Yeah. So, I take a look at all of that and I'm just like, shoot, you're gonna trust him with a Giannis trade, you're gonna trust him with the next coach, the development team. He's turning this out to me. I think he's doing the best that he possibly could have done. Should he have done it earlier? Probably. But I think this is as good as it gets for him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised they got as much as they did in return.
Still?
Yeah. I just didn't think they had that much leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Like with it being the last year of the deal. Like if you don't get anything done.
Mm-hmm. I was not roasting Nate Solo. There's no reason to out me like that as a hater.
It's okay.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, Ian does hate Nate, but
yeah,
it's okay. We'll see him in Summer League.
He's still a lottery guy to me. Oh, shit. I just got the notification as they popped up. This is not going to Memphis. OKC traded up a spot.
The Shy replacement? Question mark?
Gosh, you're ridiculous for that. But Bennett Sturts, I actually got to him 2 days ago, and I thought, man, like I kind of like him. So he ends up being what did he end up being? My 19. My number 19 guy. Again, he was one of the best offensive engines in the country, and that was the same case when he was over at Drake. He just played a ton of minutes and was relied on to be the main creator for himself and for everybody else. And he was really efficient in doing so. I mean, 36% shooting on 7 threes a night is really good volume, so he's able to space the floor really well. 48 on the catch, 57 on 2-point jumpers. He made 99 pull-up jumpers. It just goes to show what he can do on the ball. He was effective at the rim when he decided to drive. He operated a lot of his stuff in pick and roll, and that's a staple. And especially, now that you have Mara, you'll still have to decide what you want to do with Hartenstein, of course, and then you have Thomas Sorber waiting in the wickets. But Sturts is going to benefit quite a bit from this system. And he's a win now guy for the most part here. Just slots in really nicely over here with the rest of OKC's guards, which is just like one of the top guard rotations in the NBA, maybe the top one. You can talk about his defense. Like he's, again, a little bit more athletically limited and everything for the time being. But he's like, a lot of his offense is going to translate. He might have to fare better with space creation and develop there. Otherwise, this is just a complete offensive player that is just going to fit in so well next to the Thunder.
Yeah, he wasn't a guy I hadn't watched a ton of, but I think he had a really good tournament. So
yeah, I remember him being the main name over in when I was watching the Iowa games. It's a good one. It's a good pick by OKC. I find it interesting that they had to trade up one spot, though. All they had to do was give up.
It was 2 second rounders.
Yeah, they gave up 2 additional picks, which, hey, less picks to them is probably for the best. But shoot, I mean, that's a good draft class for OKC after all. I mean, you talk about, like, I feel like that rounds out a good amount of needs, especially when you have traded away Aaron Wiggins, who was kind of just lost in the rotation and was a good player when he played. These are good constellations and really good additions, and it just kind of adds on to the treasure trove that we're all kind of sick of at this moment. So they're processing all of this really well. Live show from Summer League. Do a live show from Summer League. I mean, I am bringing my mics after all.
Shoot, I think we got to do it.
I mean, again, this might be the 3-man crew going over to Summer League. We know it's 2. We know it's 2.
Facts.
Let me, man, you are all 8-bitty for me. All 8-bitty for me, Carson.
I was looking up the comment here about the guy being live at the TikTok, and all pulled up was Baron Trump. So trying to
Oh gosh.
trying to find what we're driving at here.
You're gonna have to send that to me, Solo. I am very unaware. You gotta enlighten me. Whew. 17th in overall. Curious who Memphis would pick here. You would think another guard after having selected Boozer, potentially get your jaw replacement. I don't know. Like, I'm over here thinking about a Phylon, who is my number 8 player. Like, he at this point,
he's
anybody
falling.
that gets him is a certified steal to me. Oof, let me put my thing on the charger.
Why do you think he's fallen so far?
Good question. I kind of hope that this is the pick. It honestly might be Cam Carr too. Let me go to what I have written up on Phylon, who I just really liked. He played 2 different roles at Bama in his 2 seasons there. His first year was way more of a connective piece, and he looked a little bit more broad, a little bit more sturdy defensively, put in a ton of effort there, but wasn't all that efficient from the field. He then gets this bigger role this year at Bama as the lead initiator of everything, and they play at an insanely fast pace and an insanely fast rate that really isn't translatable to an NBA standard. And when he played this year, he had, inflated stats, and he was really good. Fast break, transition. He played into that really well. I think another big issue of his is just, once he got that offensive role and got that change, his defense tapered off completely. The effort wasn't there. He got skinnier for this season compared to the previous year. So what exactly you have planned for him at the NBA level as far as roles go, I think is, something that you gotta take hand in hand. If you want him to be this connective piece, you probably look at him a little bit more around this range. If you want him to be more of what he was last year, you're probably looking at somebody that would have been taken in the lottery. So now we're just kind of teams are debating whether or not, what roles they should be, that should be there. Wow.
Ooh.
Ibuka Okori. Okay. That surprises me quite a bit. And Carson, if we just stay for the the analysis real quick. But I'm fascinated by that. he, I kind of don't like it from the sense of like just how my board is. I prefer Phylon greatly over a Corey. But this is like around the range that I kind of expected a Corey to at least begin, around that 17 to 25 range. But he didn't really grade out all that well for me. He ends up much further down here as my number 23 player. And don't get me wrong, he was a hell of an offensive engine over at Stanford. He got to the rim really well. He had a really good handle. And he was able to put together some really decent and good reads. When he was getting to the rim, he was able to leverage that really well. You combine that with good length defensively, and he was disruptive. But for somebody that got to the rim as much as he did, he wasn't all that efficient. He wasn't all that efficient from three. And he was best in the mid-range, but that was on low volume too. And he's on the smaller side, 6'1", 185 pounds. Given what Memphis already has in Morant, you kind of prefer for them to have not selected somebody that was as small as a Corey. And you also just wonder what an off-ball role looks like for him too, because I wouldn't necessarily want him to be dominating the ball like how you would with a Morant, who is just supremely far more talented than a Corey is. But don't get me wrong, like a Corey has a lot of Dennis Schroeder to his game, a lot of good change of pace, a lot of getting to the rim, a lot of physicality, and that absolutely still has a role in today's NBA, and him doing that at 6'1" is very effective.
Do you think the pick signals at all that Ja's gonna get moved for sure now?
I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
I would sure hope so, right? Oh, shoot. Nothing crazy. That pick actually goes to Detroit. So Detroit gets them. They end up getting 3 extra second-round picks for trading back 4 spots. So we'll talk about it from Detroit's perspective. Like, that's not bad. They already have Marcus Sasser. I kind of like Sasser, just as a shooter himself. Perhaps another creator is what they're aiming for at the guard spot. It's not the worst fit in the world, but again, I kind of like Phylon for that. I just do. I think whoever gets Phylon is going to end up with a really nice player, really good steal. But a Corey is going to be a nice fit over in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, anything that brings offense to Detroit at this point.
But it does seem like this is the end of the road for you, Carson.
It is. I don't like Eastern time.
Man, I think it's going to be a revelation when you end up showing to Vegas and all of a sudden it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I adapt. I'm good. But I grew up.
I got to get to bed.
I can hold my own.
But Carson, you're 5.
You're 5.
We'll still have a little more tomorrow. This is awesome, man.
Yes, sir. Well, it was fun.
Damn straight. We'll chop it up real soon. Hopefully you hop on tomorrow too.
Yeah.
There we go. I will catch you in a little bit, Carson.
Right. See you guys.
Later. See you right now.
Oh man. Actually, I gotta go too. No.
Yeah. Solo, do you think Miami gonna try to go get Ja? I brought it up earlier in the stream as a possibility. What would that be like? What would that be like? Wiggins and Mitchell, and that's to the extent, or Jovic and Mitchell? I'm gonna pull up the trade machine for that. Actually,
are they allowed to trade any of those picks they got in that Giannis deal?
Well, they traded away all their picks. They could.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah. Never mind. I was thinking from the Bucks end.
Yeah, I mean, they could continue to swap. That would be the only other scenario that I would think of. Oh, gosh dang it. I gotta just got to see if that math even works, because that's a pretty penny, because you're already adding like 50 million of Giannis's money. You have another 13 for Bobby Portis's money, and then you're adding in another 40-ish million to Ja, as well as paying 40-50 for what's his face's name, Adebayo. So like I would be floored if they end up doing that, if that was even legal.
I mean, would Houston play around with the idea of Ja?
I think they would probably go more towards the wings. I think they've really valued their size over the last couple of years. As far as, like they bring in Clint Capella and Dorian Finney-Smith when they should have brought in more creation. Like I think they value the size of this team quite a bit, the athleticism quite a bit.
I'm just like,
It's tough to think.
Toronto?
Toronto wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, I just don't know where else you'd put him.
Yeah. Like, again, like I've talked about this behind the scenes, but I would take the swing on Morant here. Nice. That's a good pick. Christian Anderson. Now, again, I'm going to have my Phylon prop for every pick from here on out. But Christian Anderson is really, really good to me. We'll get right back to that. So, Anderson graded out a little bit higher than a Corey, and a lot of that stemmed from the fact that Anderson is just way more offensively gifted than a Corey is. A Corey has that downhill ability that teams appreciate and like. Anderson is way more of the shooter, and that's kind of the that's like your pick and choose. Do you prefer the shooter that can't really get to the rim, or do you prefer the guy that can get to the rim but can't really do too much else as far as scoring goes? I'm one that does prefer the shooting, especially since Anderson has done really well playing off of the ball as well, doing some stuff off of the dribble. Really gifted playmaker as well at about 8 assists per game, which is a pretty damn good amount if you're talking about college ball in a 40-minute time span. Very effective playmaker. You just worry about the size. 6'1", 180 pounds. That's pretty lean. It's almost of the Trey Mann, Nick Smith mold that the Hornets have tried to experiment with in their guards. So you kind of have your own PTSD there. But Anderson, I feel like there's way more point guard ability there. You can certainly imagine how effective he would be if he was paired next to LaMelo in the backcourt. Allow LaMelo to have a little bit more off-ball opportunities, like how Kobe White received when he got traded over to Charlotte. But just a really good offensive initiator, really good offensive creator for others and himself, and I think that just holds quite a bit of value to me, because that's scoring and creation. I feel like has just been a lost skill, an undervalued skill for the last however many years now.
He was a guy at Tech too, where he was playing around a lot of really good players, and I felt like he was, their kind of guy to go to. So, I mean, 18 too. Love that pick, actually.
But again, it ain't Phylon, and we're still getting questions on Phylon. Again, Phylon is on the smaller side as well, and I think a lot of his stuff stems from his lack of defense once his role went up, so you kind of have to pick and choose what kind of role he has in the NBA, because they're two drastically different archetypes and two drastically different ceilings. If you decide for him to be more of a connector piece, or if you decide for him to be more of a scorer. It's kind of your pick and choose, and I think that's kind of a hard thing for teams to decipher.
Well, no, when we were talking about Wagler, I brought up his question would be his ability to bring his pace up to the NBA level. And you mentioned Phylon.
Mhm.
Like they're playing so fast at Bama. Like, do you think that's a question teams have when they're evaluating him here? Of being able
Yeah.
to slow down?
Yeah, like I think that he can slow things down. It's just more so like if you have him more in a balanced system, balanced setting. Does that production that he had at Bama, can that translate to something more balanced? Because again, they did play in transition on the break quite a bit. It was so, compared to every other team, like that was kind of like an unparalleled thing. So playing fast usually leads to an increase in production. Does that production stay put when you slow things down? I'm sure that is a question that these teams are having, and these conversations that these teams are having.
Raptors are an interesting team.
Yeah. Oh man, Phylon's right eye. Just a little bit red on that right side.
Oh man, poked himself.
Cavs could steal Phylon. That wouldn't be too terrible of a fit, especially if you offload like Schroeder, which is kind of the expectation, if you're able to. But I mean, I still look at Memphis as a possibility. You know, the more that they've traded back, the more that I feel, oh shit, the more that I think that he can be in play. Toronto, I think he's in play. When do they pick the Cavs? They're at pick 29.
If they snagged him at 29, that would be
That would
insane
be nice.
steal.
Yeah. Let me readjust my light really quickly.
Is it just me, or have the draft hats gotten worse over the years?
That's a good question. Give me a sec. All right. Ooh. I think they've gotten worse.
Yeah.
I will say the finals hats so much better than what they were 5 years ago.
That's true.
Toronto.
There's Graves.
Graves. Okay. Huh. I'm trying to think through like their guys. That's an interesting one. So he was one of the fast risers, if I'm remembering correctly, right?
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, you want like how come? I'll ask it to you. Like I'll pin it to you. Why are you a little bit lower on Graves?
It might just be sort of basketball elitist thing where I'm like, he's playing at Santa Clara. Don't get me wrong, he played good. It's just I don't know, like at his size, if he's as dominant as I'd like him to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's pretty good as a role player. Is like the nicest way to put it. Like in the top 20, like you would still probably want to pick a guy with a good amount of upside, and I don't think Graves has crazy good upside. To me,
do you have him? Was he the Boris Diaw comp I saw? You had him.
Let me check that. I'm just gonna scroll down to it. Yeah, Boris Diaw, Bobby Portis. It's the comp that I had for him.
I mean, if you're taking a guy at 19 and turns into one of those dudes, it's pretty good.
Really good. And it's kind of interesting because he's kind of the opposite of like a Colin Murray Boyles, but they're definitely that same size player. I mean, now that I'm thinking, like, was Murray Boyles like a pretty solid playmaker in college? I'm trying to remember that correctly. I might still be tripping on that, but Graves was a late riser in this draft class. He really showed out at the combine where his IQ and his feel for the game, and again, like it's super cliche to say that, but it really shined during the combine and throughout the season. Good finisher at the rim, 63%. He's very physical when he does have to play in the paint. Really good just doing the other little things as a big, he's 6'8", 226, broad frame, who knows how to use his frame and do big man things. Good rebounding, good cutting, good things being done as a roller. Really effective as a shooter, where he was really effective in transition on those catch and shoots areas. But again, like the dude was a bench player. Played in only 23 minutes a night. Has his athletic limitations for sure. But the playmaking is just where it becomes fun and fascinating, and that's where the Diao comp comes in. Like a 14% assist rate. He only had 25 turnovers in the games that he played, so that's less than a turnover a game, it's good. He's able to take care of the ball pretty well, and he was trusted to make a good amount of decisions with the ball in his hands. And in a lower, more compact role, that's going to be effective for Toronto. Curious what you would think, just that type of hub, how that benefits the likes of an Ingram, of a Barnes. How do you see him faring with this Raptors roster?
I like it. It's just the Raptors are such a confusing team to me because, like, who's their guy that they kind of want to, because they have such a solid team, and obviously we saw against the Cavs they play super hard, and were able to take them to the limit, and they almost I'd say they outplayed the Cavs in that series. The Cavs just had more talent at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, I'd like adding him to this team. I think he does, like, his game, he doesn't take away from any of those guys. So when if he does live up to his potential, he's not, taking away from what makes Ingram good, what makes Barrett good, what makes an Emmanuel Quickly good.
Yeah, completely in agreement. And then you talk about just kind of defensive playmaking. Jakob Poeltl, who has been their starting center for the last couple of years now, has been that type of rim protector.
Don't get me started on Jakob. Why are we paying him that much money, Toronto?
But let's be honest, like he's not that type of center anymore. And you kind of take a look at his Graves' defensive playmaking. He ranked in the 100th percentile in steal rates at just under 5%, which is really effective. And you're able to tell, like, he's able to be defensively, schematically versatile. He can play up on a pick and roll. He can drop a little bit more. He can switch out a decent amount. Like, you don't want him on guards, of course. But he's a defensive playmaker. 2.8 steals and blocks per game. Jeez, my light keeps on falling. But he just moved his feet very well, and I think that just plays a benefit when you're looking at the likes of, a Poeltl, who just isn't really able to do that all that well. I'll still have you in my ear, just readjusting.
What do you think, Spurs here? Need a big man?
I'm going to talk as I try to readjust this.
Oh, you're good. I probably shouldn't be asking questions while you're adjusting, you think? I'm just hoping it's someone who knows how to throw an entry pass into the post, because...
So you're looking at like a point guard?
Yeah. They're kind of playing with house money here. The roster construction they got.
Yeah,
definitely just with the team they have, because obviously you're going to be in the finals contention next year. Definitely always want a guy who can contribute. Sinak, how do you say his name? Sinak out of Houston?
Sinak. I mean, there's one guy. His name is I'm gonna type it. I'm gonna type it in the public chat if you're able to read the public chat, because I would like for folks to try to pronounce this man's name, because I can't. There's usually a there's usually a pronunciation guide that comes out maybe a couple of days before the draft begins, and there isn't one, and I can't pronounce his name. And I really like this player. I really do like this player.
This is the guy
I'm
from
excited
St.
to
John's,
see him.
right? The block machine.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a game against UConn this year. I think it was in the Garden where he just sent everything the other way.
Yeah. All right, Spurs. They really ended up with the 20th pick. Really.
Oh, there he is.
Jaden Quaintance. Wow. All right. I was getting nervous. I didn't think that he would get picked tonight. Quaintance. Again, not ASU alum, but a complete unknown on so many different fronts. I mean, let's take a look at... Just let me be sure. Like, you're still able to hear me good and clear?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, just the left AirPod is here, and that has just been a bad case for so many folks. So just wanted that to be good. But we can't say ASU alum anymore. Say he just went there. The first 5-star in a long time, and they just couldn't hold on to him. But he's a complete unknown, man. Like, you look at these counting stats, they're not good. Straight up. They're not good. He played in 4 games last year. His knee ended up swelling, and he missed the rest of the season after he played in those 4 games. After tearing his ACL the previous year at ASU. All while, at ASU, a little bit underwhelming. Not much offense at all. The only way that you were able to envision it is with him being in the dunker spot or him in transition. That was your best source of offense for him. Otherwise, there is no creation whatsoever with him. But he's easily one of the most special defensive prospects here. I mean, you kind of just have to look at his ASU days. 3.7 stocks a game is crazy. A 10% block percentage is nuts. He's very frantic, frenetic energy. And he's able to just get a whole bunch of great contests up, play in the passing lanes. He is awesome defensively. He's awesome from a rebounding perspective. You just have no idea how much this knee injury has limited or decreased his overall athletic ability. And that's a scary, scary prospect to think about. Spurs are clearly comfortable with it, picking him inside the top 20 at pick 20. I feel like this is a high risk, high reward selection, even if they are playing with house money. I mean, again, like, there's still Phylon on the board who probably wouldn't fit here anyways, but I like the guy that I said in the chat. I do think about, other centers in regards to his fit or just having better backup centers, but this is a huge risk. It's a huge risk by the Spurs.
No, and you can imagine them sitting there in their draft room, and they're just like, if this guy hits, imagine him and Wimby together. They'll just be letting guys come into the paint. Like, go ahead.
Yeah.
Throw it up. Snatching it.
Yeah. And you kind of, like, that defensive front court. I mean, we all know how special Wemby is on that front. With, assume that you get the pre-ACL Quaintance and Carter Bryant. And then Castle. And Harper is very good in his own right on defense, too. Where in the world does that rank from a defensive perspective? That's just...
It's up there, man.
That's like bad boy Pistons type of physicality and toughness and length. It's just completely different.
You think they were interviewing him in his pre-draft interview, and they're like, so let's say we're up 20. Will you jack a 3 5 seconds in the shot clock? Are you willing to do that? Yes, okay, you can play here. I'm still not over the finals.
I don't blame you one bit. I don't blame you one bit. It should have lasted longer. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how. Like, it was a series-long choke, and I don't think I've seen that ever.
Just everything that could go wrong for him. Well, everything that could go wrong for him, and it's all self-inflicted too.
Yeah.
It's not like Wemby twisted his knee in game 2.
Mm-hmm.
Who might be early to say this. I'd have Chicago as winning the draft so far.
With Swain and Wilson, yeah, it's a hell of a lot of athleticism. It's really good. I mean, I'll take a look at just overall draft results so far. Like, I don't mind what the Grizzlies are doing. We'll see what their actual selection is here. If they take Phylon, I think they're the winners to me.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. It would be those two as like my big winners. That's tough to decide.
No, but Phylon at 21 would be
great selection. It would be. Ooh. Hopefully, like, I find it interesting that there really isn't much many trades after all the hype of, Jaylen Brown being shopped around, among other names.
Ja's still. It's crazy the Grizzlies have made all these moves and Ja's still there.
Yeah. Man, I'm curious if what the Christian Anderson stuff means for Kobe White.
Oh, hello.
Kareem Lopez. All right. Huh. With Memphis. Okay.
Oh, dude, is Atlanta going to snag Phylon and Flemings?
No shot. No shot. I know Philly is up next. I wouldn't.
They're not going to take a guard, right? With Maxey and Edgecombe?
I feel like that. Yeah, shit. I feel like they would just be in need of a point guard. Like, I think Maxey. I agree. Like, I have a Philly friend named Will. Hopefully, he is still here. He thinks of him as a 2, Maxey, and I kind of.
Edgecombe can play. Edgecombe can play the 3 too.
Yeah, it's just going to be a tad undersized.
Yeah.
Than those first 3. But Kareem Lopez.
All right, this is a guy I have not looked at all.
At all. I mean, it's tough to find the film on him. He was lower for me. I've made it through 30 guys. I'm going to go ahead and add on some more. Like 30 guys fully watched, fully read up. I have a couple of other guys that I've got notes on for, if those guys end up getting selected here. But Lopez ended up being my number 24 guy. He knows how to use his strength quite a bit. Downhill driver, gets into the chest of the defender, has good touch around there. And off of the initial watch, I didn't think that he did. And then I see the stats, and I see 68% at the rim. I'm like, whoa, and this guy's getting a good amount of minutes over in New Zealand. And that's when it kind of like, okay, like I can see how the finishing is effective because in transition, that's where he's best at. He's a very strong, big frame that is hard to take out of plays when he's going through his downhill speed. He does a good job at attacking closeouts. He does some things off the ball as far as screen setting and whatnot, which opens up a decent amount as far as his decision making. He can be doing some things that is good from an ancillary playmaking perspective. His form sucks, is the nice way to put it. It's not the greatest form really at all. Um, 32% shooting, 31 on catch and shoots, which, if he's going to be playing an ancillary role, he's got to hit the catch and shoots. Not very fast laterally, just isn't really able to recover well when defenders or offensive players blow by him. Doesn't really have much of a creation aspect there either, as well as just him going to the paint without a plan. I think that's one of my big gripes on him, not being able to decide whether or not he's getting to the rim to shoot or to pass. It's just it's an interesting archetype to me. I think of him more so in the Colin Murray Boyles, Aaron Gordon type. He ends up going to Memphis, and I find it interesting. Where exactly does he fit? Because I don't necessarily think of either him or Boozer as a 3. Is this a little bit more of like the Brandon Clark replacement? RIP to him. Lopez is an effective player. I think they would benefit greatly from having better ball handlers when they trade away Ja Morant, because that's fully, my expectation. So not the worst pick in the world. I think that he fills something in regards to the connectivity that they want to continue to have within their front court. But with Phylon on the board, Cam Carr is another guy that I have really liked. He's still there. There's a couple of guys that I would have preferred, but not a terrible pick whatsoever, especially since he's around the range. He got selected around the range where I had him ranked in my overall big board.
What do we think about Three-Peat possibly here to Philly?
I know that Will would hate it.
I'll bet Will.
Because he was mainly hoping that Yoxel would fall. Far enough.
Oh.
You're far enough for him to trade up.
Trade up, gotcha.
Yeah, I gotta really clarify for him, but he really liked Swain and Johnson. He really wanted Graves, but like his next best guy that he would prefer would be Cam Carr. He almost wanted to trade up to go get Cam Carr, and now he's there. So anywhere between Cam Carr, Isaiah Evans, the player in the chat that I can't pronounce at this moment in time.
There's like an actor with this, like that exact same last name, or it's pretty close.
Is there?
Yeah, what's this guy's name?
Man, Philly is in such an interesting spot, man. It is such a shame because we would talk about this team a whole lot differently if he played over half his minutes or half his games a season. Embiid.
Yeah. Wait, are we saying we're giving up on Embiid being the number one option?
I do think it's Maxey.
Oh, it's Maxey. You got to build around Maxey and Edgecombe now.
Yeah.
The Embiid thing. It's Fallout Boy. Thanks for the memories, but
I wouldn't necessarily just remove him from the equation. Like, I think he'll be important and productive, but man, like, the injuries have just been so sad to see. He's one of the best players we've seen.
At his peak, yeah.
Yeah. So it's just disappointing to see this kind of fall off due to all of these injuries. Man, they are showing the camera quite a bit at Phylon.
I know, I was about to say
It reminds me of draft day. When they keep showing the quarterback.
Oh, what was his name? Bo Callahan.
Oof. They select
there he is. All right.
That's a case of just best player, best case scenario. All right, let's get to him, because I've been waiting for this. Aside from everything that we talked about as to why he's falling, let's head on over to Phylon real quickly, and then Dave, I see your question in the chat. Will be right over there in a minute here. But Phylon, it's a tale of two different tales, 2 different seasons. we talked about, connector piece at the beginning, initiator at the other. He's just this season in particular was extremely impressive. One of the most improved players in all of college ball. Improved his points per game by 11 points, assists by 1, field goal percentage by 5%, 3-point percentage by 9. And this was all on higher volume, which is what makes this statistical jump a whole lot more impressive. Really good footwork, elite handle. And he's I wouldn't say high volume 3-point shooter. Like 6 attempts a night is not crazy volume, but it's great enough to where he is going to remain a respectable threat. He is a flamethrower on the ball, off the ball. He showed that he can off of the ball before. His defense is a humongous question mark, given everything that has developed over the last 2 years, with him transitioning different roles, how he's able to balance out offensive responsibility and defensive responsibility. I think that would be a fascinating conversation. His fit over in Philly doesn't make too much sense at this moment in time. I think that Will is thrilled about having somebody that's a way more of the point guard archetype than Maxey is, and just allows everybody to slide down over. I'm sure that he's concerned about the size, which I am too, to some extent as well. Phylon's just too talented of a player, man. Regardless, they traded Jared McCain after all. And that's McCain, to me, is a worse prospect in, when you compare the players, within their respective draft classes. Phylon's far more talented, I won't say far more, because McCain is really talented. Phylon has more on-ball juice that's way more exciting and has playmaking instincts that I don't think McCain really had as far as a primary guy goes. I think this is a really good McCain constellation.
No, and it's definitely one of those things where, best available and with his potential, if, say they do think of Maxey as more of a 1, it's we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We hope this guy pans out. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited for this. I hope Will is thrilled. I'll be sure to message him real soon, but I'm stoked for him. Just that was my number 8 prospect. That's the steal of the draft for me.
No question.
Well, let's get to Dave. Is there anyone falling that you guys would trade up for? Do we want to answer this within the Suns context, or just generally speaking?
I guess we can do both. The thing was, Phylon was really the only guy that was falling super hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna check my board real quick, see if there's anybody that I'm truly missing.
I will say that this St. John's guy, if he falls, I think the Lakers might take him.
Yeah.
A couple picks here.
Shoot. I don't necessarily think, my next highest player on my board is Cam Carr from Baylor. He's at my number 16 ranking. I understand why he's falling. There is very legitimate concerns as far as I believe it's his decision making, finishing through contact. Defensively also just struggled there too. I wouldn't necessarily say that I would trade up for him. Let me highlight his name. I would trade up for him. I would, if I was really any of these guys, any of these teams. I think I'm gonna rave about him when we get to his selection, but he reminds me, he has shades of Draymond Green to him. And I think that there's just a lot of really exciting things, defensively speaking, I think that a lot of these other teams should be continuing to try to chase and value, especially since he has a little bit more offensive upside than some of the other bigs that are left within this draft class.
No, I think him, Carr, Houston guys, Sinak, Sanak.
Mhm.
Say that right? Sinek. Yeah, if any of those guys fall into the second, as far as you were mentioning the Suns, I would be super hyped if we traded up
Yeah.
to get any of those guys.
Yeah. I just mentioned, man, I want to pronounce this guy's name. I'm going to figure this out. How to pronounce.
Ejiofor.
Zubi Ejiofor.
Zubi Ejiofor.
Like Zubi, I think is really. I'm a big fan of Zubi. I really like his defensive ability. Like I think that anybody should be trying to trade up with him. I think he can really be a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
But I'm also gatekeeping a little bit my excitement. So when he gets picked, he'll be raved about.
Definitely good enough to steal the zoo name from Zubac.
Yeah. The Hawks back up. Take Flemings. I mean, you mentioned the Flemings file on Perrin. That's no longer the case. Cam Carr wouldn't be a bad pick. They've also been tied to centers. I wouldn't be surprised if Sinek was here.
They're definitely a team I thought could use more shooting as well.
All right.
There he is.
Good selection. That's such a shame. That was going to be my guy that I would have loved to have traded up for. But Zubi Ejiofor. Let me get straight to it. So Zubi, again, I compare him a little bit more to the Draymond type. When I take a look at his game, just an absolute defensive playmaker. He embraces contact. He moves around the court defensively. The smoothest that I've seen from anybody of his size. Like he's 6'8", 245. He's very much a broad. He has a broad frame, and he's able to move around the way that he does. You know, a 7.2% block rate, 2.2% steal rate is really good. 2.1 blocks and 1.2 steals. He's a defensive playmaker, and it really shows. As far as offense goes, like his shooting, he showed to be a decent shooter on very limited volume. Like he shot 28% from three throughout his collegiate career, but he shot like 30% from three in the season with St. John's this past year. But it's only theoretical, his shooting upside. He has good form. Right now, the indicators as far as free throw percentage goes, like there really isn't much else to that. He's a bit of a tweener too. He's 6'8", can't really space the floor, and he's too small to be a center. What does that tweener role look like over here? Especially since they're dealing with another tweener in Asa Newell, who hasn't really gotten much burn with Atlanta in his rookie year. But Ejiofor is best known for his playmaking, running a bunch of designated handoffs, which is very much the exact thing that Draymond has excelled at throughout the entirety of his career, just running dribble handoffs with Steph and Clay and being able to be a short roll playmaker and make decisions in the middle of the court. Ejiofor doing that for Alexander Walker, being a player upsized next to Jalen Johnson, who has in his own right become way more of an initiator. I can understand that, like, this is probably the Asa Newell replacement, the replacement development piece. So I'm very much a fan of Ejiofor, and I think in a situation like this, if he's given the minutes, he's going to succeed in Atlanta.
Yeah. No, I definitely love. Oh, proposed trade.
Right.
The Knicks. They did all this hype for the Knicks, and they're going to trade their pick.
Yeah, the Lakers traded up a spot.
Mitchell Robinson? No.
So this will be the Lakers pick here. I would think a center. Ah, I mean, Sinak is really the only other guy on the board here that I would be okay
Gotta
with.
be him, right?
I'm thinking Isaiah Evans as
Gotta
just
find. Oh yeah, sorry. Isaiah Evans.
yeah, the dude from Duke. Like I really like myself Isaiah Evans as a role player. Like there's levels to liking players, and him as a role player, I think, is very, very nice. Especially if they can't retain Luke Kennard, which I don't really expect them to at this moment. Getting yourself a sharpshooter and somebody that plays legitimate Maury ball, I like it. I would like that for LA. I would dislike it for my own fandom, but from just a league-wide perspective, like I think that's a no-brainer.
No, and the question you're asking yourself too is like how do these guys fit around Luka?
Yeah, especially when they are trying to, like you mentioned Mitchell Robinson as a joke. At that same time, they desperately need a high-end center, a high-end athletic center that knows how to utilize his traits.
And I definitely after what's his name? The Knicks owner, Dolan, after what he said, he's not gonna go into the apron. Looks like Robinson's gonna be gone, so that would be a big pickup for him. Another place to dominate in minutes somewhere.
Right. If he declines his option, of course. He might take his $8 million. Doesn't even feel like the Ayton stuff was ever happened.
No. Yeah.
Shame. I was very wrong again on a prospect. I was so scared off by Luka in that draft class.
Oh, you were scared off by Luka. I thought you were just like you were so big on Ayton. You were scared off by Luka.
Just there was the PTSD of drafting Bender and that development's not working out at all. And then you take a look at the development of the other guys that came with Marquise Chris and Josh Jackson. I couldn't stomach, the development team as well as just, taking another international guy, but clearly wrong prospects.
Ooh. Okay.
Far to the Lakers. I like this selection. Surprises me a little bit. Huh.
Interesting.
It is interesting. Now, we kind of got to talk it through. I mean, we've been talking through every single pick, mind you. Cam Carr, he ended up my 16 as my number 16 ranked player in this class. I mean, his best traits is very clearly off of the ball. 86% on cuts is ridiculous. But he also take a look at 41% on catch and shoots and off of, coming off of off-ball screens. He's so easy to insulate. This is very much the Luke Kennard replacement, just with a little bit more on-ball juice that Cam Carr played with. He had a little bit, he was a reliable play finisher. He was able to put the ball on the floor. But even then, we talk about efficiency. It doesn't have to be within the percentages. It also comes with the movements. How much energy are you using to get to your spots? For the most part, like this 2 to 3 dribbles max is accurate. There's tape that I watched, and you could probably see on the highlights that are playing on ESPN right now. All I've seen is 2-3 dribbles. He is a shot maker. Now, he's very slender, 6'5", 185. He struggles to finish through contact. Even if he got to the rim a decent amount, he struggled to, play through it. That also makes him vulnerable defensively. And a lot of that showed when he was trying to change direction. He's very physically and athletically limited. And he was also a high turnover player, had more turnovers and assists per game, which is not all that great, especially if you have somebody like Luka, who's a high turnover player. In this context over here, just being able to hone in on being a play finisher, he kind of reminds me, I saw a little Devin Vassell at first in Cam Carr, but I think a little bit more accurate would be like a Terrence Ross, if you remember during his prime, where he got on heat checks from beyond the arc, pretty damn athletic. He's an interesting story, man, because Carr didn't play all that much at all over at Tennessee. He only played 4 games for Tennessee, and then he gets surgery, and then he decides, no, I'm not gonna play for Tennessee no more, and he decides to go bet on himself at Baylor, and he becomes his own success story. And him being over here with the Lakers, I find it to be a fascinating fit. I would like for you to take the floor here, give your thoughts on it.
Like you're saying, very effective off ball, which with a guy like Luka, you're not gonna have the ball much as far as creating your own stuff. But I love that pick actually, because if there's any questions about effectiveness, playing with a guy like Luka, who demands as much gravity from a defense, has as much gravity as he does, and demands that much attention from a defense, he's gonna be able to have not wide open, but definitely open looks. And
Sure.
Playing with that athleticism he does, he definitely brings, you're saying he replaces the Luke Kennard role, definitely more athletic than a guy like Luke Kennard. So
Yeah.
I think he's definitely gonna get minutes for him. Like he's
Certainly
for
more
sure.
than Connect,
Yeah.
I would think, right? Like, I think Connect's value is in the dirt, which is a shame because I thought of him as a really good prospect.
He played good too when they first had him, and then ever since that failed Mark Williams trade, it just seems like his head hasn't been in the right place. That might be unfair. I don't know him at all, but it does seem that that trade did affect him a little bit.
I would think so. I would certainly think so. But now you kind of, it's just going to be so fascinating if they're able to get the center that they've been trying to get, and they're trying to impersonate the Mavs roster that they had, that Luka had when they made the finals. How they end up doing that here is going to be fascinating. And with Reeves' free agency right here, how much they pay him, like they might just kind of handcuff themselves.
Would you run it back with LeBron? I mean, if you convince yourself in the front office that you got a legit shot of a title, I mean, you'd be hard pressed to tell me you wouldn't want LeBron, but
I still think that they're a ways away from being championship contenders.
yeah, I just don't see how they compete with an OKC or San Antonio.
Yeah. And ultimately, like, you look at the other pieces around, and they're just like not long-term pieces to me. Ayton's not, LeBron is not, like LeBron clearly not, but you know, the only other guy that I would think is the most likely to stay is probably Rui. And Rui's
Yeah.
too. So you're paying 2 different guys, and you might just be, handcuffing yourself to a roster that, you can't build out the roster that you want to around Luka, especially if you paid, those 2 the money that I think that they deserve. It's a yikes.
If you were LA, would you have any interest in a Reeves Jalen Duren flip?
That feels mutually like beneficial, no?
Yeah, you're Pistons. You're like, all right, we got a second guy here who can score, and we just see what we got with Paul Reed and Isaiah Stewart, man in the middle. Because I mean, Duren had an awful playoffs.
Yeah. I will say, like, this part of me feels that it's almost a lateral move for both in its own ways. Duren, you kind of want to give a little bit of grace, given that was his first playoffs, but it was a very, very bad, concerning playoff run where you just, it was B-ball Paul minutes at the end of games, and that's not effective. Or not efficient enough, especially when you have an All-NBA guy. But Reeves, I don't think is much of a playoff guy either. I think the physicality gets to him quite a bit, and I think he kind of shrivels a little more. And that kind of doesn't help out when you have, Cade that needs a little bit more consistency out of really everybody.
Having to announce all the trade stuff is ridiculous. It's like we just saw them trade.
It's all late too. Yeah. All right, Sergio De La Rey. I will not lie. This was one of the guys that I didn't take notes of. I definitely thought he was going to be around the second, closer to the middle part of the second round, at least from what I was reading. But I want to take a look if there's any stats available. He's international, so there might not be too much available as far as the metrics go. Yeah, like there really isn't on the site that I use. So if we were just to go ahead and look at that, we'll go ahead. And I'm sure, like, I'm gonna go ahead. I figured that there would be a couple of guys like this, given that I only made it to 30. That I would just kind of have to watch tonight and give more full thoughts tomorrow on those selections. But as far as everything that I'm seeing, a player with he seems to be a point guard, 6'7", not too much athleticism at all, and it limits his defense quite a bit on the ball. Scoring consistency isn't all that there, but the passing is really good, just really good floor general. So let's think about that just generally speaking, because again, we can't really think about too much of what I had seen on tape. Generally speaking, really good passer, good shooting mechanics, doesn't really show in the percentages there. And just limited athleticism and defensive potential. How does that fit with the New York roster?
I mean, shooting's always good. Obviously, with the championship core they have, they're not looking for insane help, but can he fill Shamet minutes? If he pans out, I think yes. Like, you just need a guy who can knock down shots, swing the rock, not be a complete negative on defense, which, I mean, Shamet, not like an OG and an OB level on defense, but works his ass off. So
yeah,
a guy like that, I think he fits really well into what the Knicks try to do and what they do.
I was fascinated. I thought Kolek was going to take a step at some point this past year, and that just didn't really happen. And I think that comes from similar concerns as far as on-ball juice, as far as a creator goes. Athletically, they're both very deficient, but Kolek is 5 inches shorter than De La Rey. It does feel like an influx of backup guards that are just okay. Like Shamet's probably your best one among your backup guards, but you also have Alvarado.
I don't think he's back next year. Do you, Shamet?
I feel like it would be him back before Mitchell Robinson, just for a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, we'll see. He'd probably take a pay cut. You're right, to stay, or not a pay cut, but a little less than he's worth to stay with a team like that. But
for sure,
I'm just going off Dolan's history. He seems a little cheaper than on the cheaper end of owners.
I mean, yeah, he traded back a pick for cash. He got cash with that.
The Sarver memory lives.
Don't mention it. What was I going to say that? But it just feels like an influx of guards. Like I would like for Kolek to get a little more minutes. I liked him coming out of that class. But Deuce McBride, Jose Alvarado being among some of the other guys, it just feels like, maybe they're trying to get little bit more positional size, given that all of their other guards are really small in comparison to all the other guards that are in the league.
No, the size thing. Deuce was a guy they sort of went away from as the finals went on.
Yeah, I think his defense kind of tapered off as really the years have gone on. I remember him being way more of a defensive threat 2 years ago when they got eliminated in the second round by the Pacers. But I find this to be interesting. You know, I think it would be fun if you had De La Rey as partnered with Brunson in the backcourt in like spurts, in like some minutes, not saying starters. Just some of the off-ball stuff that you can utilize way better with what's his face's name, with Brunson, even with Towns. Like, I think that you could go ahead and come up with some really nice things to get Towns involved more offensively. Mr. Danny, it's been a long time since I've seen you, man. But hell yeah, man. I appreciate you for tuning in, Danny. I know that you're like during your break. I mean, you got to hit me, man. What are you even doing right now? I know that you're in SoCal, but seriously, man, like I saw you follow the page and whatnot, and it's always amazing to have anybody here. So thank you so much for tuning in, man. But we don't like your Lakers around here. Denver's pick is in. Where in the world does Denver go? It feels like they're going to go ahead and do something drastic.
They should. You have the best player in the world, in my opinion.
Still.
I still think it. Yeah.
All right.
It completely sold his prime here. I think that definitely could be the case where I don't have him at the top at the end of the next season, but yeah, the only other guy I'd put over him is SGA. Just quick sidebar, like people putting Wemby over him.
I don't mind that.
I don't hate it, but it's like you stick a guy who's over like 200 pounds on Wemby, and you can't. I don't know. I'm gonna get myself into a fit here.
Yeah, we got 4 more picks here. 5 more picks. We're almost there. You know, we'll get to that point where we're going crazy about it.
No, I was just talking more in the Nuggets, just not filling out the roster around Jokic properly. It's like you lucked into this guy in the second round. You're just gonna Terrace Reed.
Interesting. So I didn't have a full write-up on Reed, but this was one of the guys that I took notes on. Denver is trading this pick to the Spurs.
Ooh.
Spurs get Taurus Reed. They trade up from 35, and they send out 2 future seconds. Interesting fit there. So I watched quite a bit of him in his game against Zuby, and he was having a tough time. Reed of getting his shot off. Like, it just goes to show like how good Ejiofor was in that particular matchup. But
yeah, I think that speaks more to how good Zuby was than.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But let me look at just his overall metrics real quickly. Taurus Reed, where are you at? So I think like by the end, by the time I finish, watching the guys that are getting selected here, I think he'll probably end up like around this early 30s, late 20s range to me. He had very good rebounding rates on both ends, 25% defensive rebounding rate, 14% offensive rebounding rate. And I take a look at the offensive rebounds, and I think that's good. Goes to show like high effort. That goes way beyond just the counting stats, because the counting stats for rebounds is it can be iffy, because you can just walk yourself into a lot and then not be totally productive as far as what you're actually doing on the court. He also did some pretty interesting things from a passing perspective. 18% assist percentage is really good for a center that ranked in the 95th percentile. And ultimately, when I take a look at Reed, like his interior defense was really good. Like 7'4" wingspan was really elite in that regard. The block percentage there was definitely a little lower, but definitely just was a presence there. And his long arms were used very much more from passing lanes perspective. 3.1% steal percentage for a center. He was active in that regard. He doesn't really have too much of a post game that will translate well to the NBA sphere, but he's just very much a play finisher. That's what he is going to become here. Shot 69% from on shots at the rim. That's where he shot a majority of his shots. Just a very effective center here. And when you take a look at that fit with Jokic, especially with Valanciunas, probably going to be leaving for overseas pretty soon here. Like, I think this is a very solid swing on some athleticism and some upside that they weren't really able to find in some of their previous picks, whether that had been Zeke Naji or Deron Holmes II.
Oh, he got moved, remember? They just moved him to San Antonio.
Yeah, you got me there.
Oh, no, I was just, before we got too far into it.
Appreciate it. He would have been nice for Denver, is how I'll put it.
I
But
agree.
San Antonio gets him, and now all of a sudden, like, you already have a much better looking center rotation. You weren't getting Kelly Olynyk any minutes anymore. He's a little bit more on the downfall of his career.
Oh, you didn't like the Luke Cornett Olay defense?
I think you're able to be a little bit more versatile with the schemes that you run. Like, Cornet's is probably not somebody that you play all that high on pick and rolls. Some of you prefer a little bit more to the basket, and he excels way more at the basket. And I think Reed can go ahead and be something a little different, a little bit more athletic than what they have behind Wemby.
I wonder who bought. Did you see the stuff with the Boston trade with Giannis? How Gonzalez and Shireman were untouchable?
It's strange, man.
I mean, don't get me wrong, those guys are solid players, and they played really well last year for expectation-wise, but
yeah.
In a Giannis trade?
I will say, it's not going to happen now, but I just think about what's his face's name, Giannis in Boston. I just wonder, like, how would that have fit with
it would have been interesting
gun offense that they try to operate with. Like, he's not much of a bomber. Like Isaiah.
Giannis is shooting 53s a game.
Yeah. And we're gonna hear the Miami announcer pronounce it. Do you remember when he said Adentokumbu?
Adentokumbu.
I would like Isaiah Evans here. Chris Sinek Jr. Okay. Interesting here. Now I can finally get back to what I've actually written up on the board. I kind of like that comment, Damon. We're gonna get to that really soon here. I agree with that.
Comment of the night, Andrew, right there.
And Andrew very much agrees with that. But let's go ahead. Chris Sinek Jr. He was definitely lower for me. Extremely raw prospect at the center position. So much so, like, he's 6'11", 240. He has a fun frame to work with. He's very good at moving around the court, and he's very fluid with his movements. So him going ahead and being like a defensive freak, I think that's probably his best bet. The problem is he's a big who doesn't do the big man things. He's not that elite of a rebounder. he doesn't get too many of these blocks and steals per game. The rates are low. He's not really a physical player on either end of the court. He's settled for a lot of mid-range jumpers, which he was okay at, and he has the form, good form to do so. But I mean, man, like 4.6 rim attempts per 100 possessions is pretty crazy for somebody who is 6'11" and is usually in the paint. He's very much the definition of a raw prospect, and I don't want to undersell the rawness, because he is 6'10", 6'11", 7'5" wingspan. He moves really well. He has a good fluid form that can translate into good shooting ability, and there's reason to be confident in that. When he did finish at the rim, he shot 77% there. He has a ton of traits that he can utilize for this. It just hasn't been fully realized yet. And perhaps over with the winning team over in Boston, who have now a history of developing backup centers and being able to be productive in those areas, with whether that's a Luke Cornett, whether that is a Neemias Queta, they've done their fair share. And Sinek has the traits to be better than what he showed when he was over at Houston.
No, I definitely like his defensive potential. And Keta had a good season, definitely for what expectations were for him. But that Philly series was rough. I mean, just look at some of the dialogue that was coming out of that series. Like, is Embiid back?
Yeah, and I thought so.
Yeah, I think everyone did. They're like, holy.
All right, I ended up hitting my table again. Give me 1 second.
Brooklyn's up here. I think you can still hear me, but I was just playing with a funny idea. Just imagine it's like March, and Michael, the possession ends here. Porter Jr. jacks up a 3. And Julius Randle's like, I need the ball more. Michael Porter Jr. is just like, we got 11 wins, bro. I don't think it matters.
I think you'll never believe it, but I have a grandpa Jose. I just wanted to say what up to him. I appreciate you for joining the stream.
That's a sick Jose Monje. That rolls off the tongue amazingly.
Nobody would believe it. For as bright skinned, you wouldn't think of any Latino blood. But we're embracing it.
Yeah, trade in the ring light for some tanning lights. Yeah.
I will not say what I want to say on stream, but that's not funny.
Oh, my bad.
Shoot. We hadn't even gotten a chance to talk about the Randall trade. Strange.
Yeah, very strange.
Like, for me personally, like, for those that don't know, it was Julius Randle from the Minnesota Timberwolves got salary dumped to Brooklyn. Nicholas Claxton went to Chicago, which is another aspect that we could talk about in a little bit. But just from this Nets perspective, they get Randle, and Minnesota gets back a second-round pick. First of all, it is crazy that a borderline all-star is getting salary dumped. I don't think that his value was that low.
No. Salary dumped, yeah, with the pick.
Yeah. A first-round pick. It feels very nuts to me. But for Minnesota, like, they went ahead and re-signed Ayo Dosunmu, 5 years, 112. They create a trade exception, and I'm not sure how much space they have in free agency after that contract they gave to Ayo. I need to know what the subsequent move is.
How much longer are they tied to Gobert for?
I think Gobert think he's like 34 million. I'll check that. Minnesota 36.5 million this year, with a player option for 38 the next year.
I have to imagine he picks that up, right?
Yeah. But I'm just sitting here, I need to know the subsequent move, because this isn't, to me, it isn't addition by subtraction. You just gave up an all-star.
Now we got nothing back from him.
Yeah.
Well, not nothing, but
Inconsistent. Do
Yeah,
not get
well,
me wrong.
The thing is, you don't want to lose Anthony Edwards, have him become disheartened with the way the organization's going.
Yeah. Joshua Jefferson for Brooklyn. I'm making sure that I get the team right this go around. It's nice. Most of the players that we've evaluated fully, we got good write-ups. So, and Joshua Jefferson is one of them. So, I have Jefferson higher than Sinek. Jefferson is he's a little bit more undersized than Sinek. 6'8". He has a thicker frame though, 246 pounds, and he actually utilizes his frame. But he's also best known for his feel, his overall IQ and passing ability. And he attracts that attention defensively through his overall post play, and being physical and being able to outmuscle everybody. He gets doubled and he'll be able to sense that, and he's able to dish off to cutters at the rim. 4.4 rim assists, ranked in the 100th percentile. He is creating a ton of looks for people who are finishing at the rim. A lot of his best playmaking also comes in the short roll. His best scoring moments is spot up opportunities when he's operating at the top of the key. Maybe you're in transition on the fast break and he takes a pull-up three from there, or he'll pump and he'll drive to the rim. Defensively, he's very active off the ball. He has a very good wingspan, very much a high motor, gets a ton of steals and plays the passing lanes really well. Again, he plays very physically. But he's athletically very limited. He's very much a straight line drive type of player, not really much vertical explosiveness, not totally efficient from really anywhere on the court. And that's a shame for somebody of his size, who will likely play the power forward / centerish position. And he's going to have to be spoon-fed his buckets. That is for sure. He's a safe player. He's very slow. Reminds me of slow-mo, Kyle Anderson, who is in Minnesota as well. I know that he's going to Brooklyn, but there's a tie there that I just wanted to throw in. Jefferson, he's more of a confidence-based player to me. Sometimes he'll hesitate on his shots. Sometimes he'll be less aggressive defensively or offensively than he needs to be. That should only get better with progressions in his scoring game. That should also get better with having to be way more of an ancillary piece, tertiary piece than anything else. Over in Brooklyn, when you have as many on the ball guys like Randall and Michael Porter Jr., among some of the other names, he's much more portable. You can plug him into a lot of different situations and say, you're probably going to succeed with Joshua Jefferson here. Just surround him with athleticism, playmakers, and shooting. Jefferson will be viable. And I think he will be in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I definitely like the way he uses his size, his bigger frame. He killed ASU in a game earlier this year. I think it was sometime later in the year.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just abused him.
But now, Brooklyn feels like a winner throughout just this draft process. Even if I would have preferred for them to take Acuff over Mikal Brown, I feel like they're ending up with some really nice pieces here to be just better than what they had prior.
Yeah, it feels like they're definitely making themselves interesting. And they're giving themselves options too.
Yeah.
Like
Easily.
just got a bunch of young guys now. We can kind of see who fits where. Here's Cleveland.
Cleveland. I mean, I know Solo's waited 4 hours for this. He's been here from the jump. Assuming that he's still here, of course. But I think that he needs his Cavs coverage. So among the guys that I have left on my official like write-ups board, Isaiah Evans, Koa Pete. I think Koa is the best remaining player on my board. Koa at 25, Evans at 26. I have Malik Thomas and Baba Miller as my other guys that I've officially fully wrote up on.
Yeah, I think this one's kind of user choice. I mean, what more do you need to add? The analytical NBA champions, and they're not going to be picking.
And yeah, all right. All right. Shoot. So he ends up going to Sac. So 28 for 34 and a future second. And he ended up spoiling the pick for me. All right. Let me it's not either of the 4 that I have left on the board.
I just pulled up Shams. I saw it too. Should we spoil it too?
If one person types in yes, we'll spoil it.
The king. Well, someone's going to Sacramento.
I keep forgetting it's Sacramento. Yeah, sorry, Solomon, you're not getting anything noteworthy of your Cavs today. But where is he at? He's right here. Good Lord.
Trae Young, number 3. Trae Young was 11 in Atlanta, right? I'm not tripping about that.
Yeah, he was 11 in Atlanta.
Okay.
Sacramento. Who would Sacramento pick here? We just looked at it, you dummy. Oh, dude.
Oh, you want some breaking news courtesy of my brother?
Sure.
He texted Suns traded in the first round.
Huh?
He texted Suns just traded into the first round.
Did they really?
I'm not seeing Shams tweet it.
I haven't
been
seen
spoiled.
Shams tweet yet.
Is that a Gambo tweet? Let's pull up Gambo. Suns trading with Dallas, Gambo said.
Did they really? All right. That's a hell of
Koa
a...
Pete, come on home.
This feels like Koa. I would go for Isaiah Evans.
How old is Caravan now?
He's an oldie.
I probably shouldn't be saying that. I'm probably older than him, so.
But Caravan is interesting to me. Just as far as how uninteresting of a prospect he is. He's always been, from what I can remember, just a deep range shooter, a high volume shooter over at UConn, and it shows in the stats. You know, he averages 10 threes per game per 100 possessions. He shoots 37% of them. That, honestly, just the shooting alone makes him far more viable for Sacramento than so many of those other players, because the spacing over there is very bad. And when you take a look at Sacramento, and that, you know, you have Sabonis and DeRozan. Those guys aren't really doing much from the floor spacing perspective. Nick Clifford wasn't getting very many minutes last go around either. Again, you know, it's a safe selection for Sacramento. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but hey, you know, this is a really solid start to surrounding Acuff with something a little bit better, because I think having more ancillary shooting pieces and being able to enhance the playmaking, it should be an emphasis for sure.
Just I'll do the cringe draft guy thing. He's a winner. What does that mean? No clue. You won a lot of games.
But interesting that we traded up.
Interesting. I guess Gregory likes a guy here.
Like I saw the report earlier that they do like Koa.
Last pick of the night.
And it just happens to be us. Great. And I think that's why we had a sudden spike in a couple of viewers.
There he is. All right.
Arizona kid. First of all, fun story. Sorry, I'm distracted by Silver. All right. Koa Pete. I hope we didn't give up any players in the deal, because I need to figure out what they actually traded.
Devin Booker.
Because before, yeah, right. Come on, Shams. Everybody beat you to it.
What else is new? I gotta stop throwing Shams shots. He seems like it.
But interesting. So we get Koa Pete. And I really hadn't thought of that. Like, at all. Let's walk it through. Koa is my number 25 player on my board. Some have him at a little bit higher. To me, a lot of that stems from his lack of perimeter creation aside from bully ball. That's his main calling card offensively. He's super strong. He knows how to get to the rim. And he was very good at finishing at the rim. 70% is really effective and really good. He displayed a lot of really good touch there. Ultimately, everything about his shooting is what's very concerning. And I understand everybody's concerns. The one thing that I'll go ahead and, I'll try to defend him on in regards to his mid-range, he attempted a lot of them. And they were all flat for the most part. He just creates so much space because he is so physically gifted. And I think about, the notion of him adding a little more touch on those mid-range jumpers, and I think that's something worth taking a flyer on. I don't think his defense is that bad. Like, he's a good piece down low. Like, he'll struggle to move laterally. So you kind of have to think of him a little more in a more of like a team defense perspective. He's going to have, those are his swing skills. It's going to be the shooting, and it's going to be his ability to play team defense, because otherwise his ability to get to the rim is very much unlike most of the players within this draft class. There's nobody really built like him in this draft class. I'll let you take it from here as far as the Suns fit in general, and I'll give my 2 cents.
No, I love taking a flyer on a guy like Koa. 30. I mean, his upside is insane. Again, hope the mid-range or the shooting in general, I guess, just improves. But I think he's so athletically gifted.
Mm-hmm.
And he really was. I feel like he was a focus, or the focus for teams defensively when they were playing Arizona.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy we got to kind of shut down, and everything follows from that. So,
and that's another aspect of his game. They did wall up on him quite a bit, so being able to have really good counters when they do wall up, if he's able to develop any other semblance of offense, that would be great. It would be really good. But I'm just trying to see, like, what in the world did we give up?
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, it's
47.
never gone bad for us drafting a U of A guy. So
Yeah, 47 and 2 future second round picks.
okay, I'll take it.
So really good work by. I mean, we're the only ones that are going to know this man's name, Brian Gregory, the general manager of the Suns. My fear about that was going ahead and giving up like a Royce, giving up other ancillary shooting pieces. The one thing that I will say, like, as much as its size, I do think about the, you have Ryan Dunn here, who is already lacking a ton of confidence in his offensive game. And from a shooting perspective, Pete never really has that. What is the best role here for Pete as far as offense and defense goes? Are you going to operate him a little bit more as a dunker spot guy, have him be a screener? Are you going to have him be another Oso? I'm very curious what the plan is here for him on both ends of the court.
It does feel very like projection wise as far as like your team's going, because obviously you're banking on Malawak from where you took him last year becoming a very real presence inside, and also Fleming turning into a reliable offensive player as well.
This is very much low risk, high reward. This is low risk, medium, like lukewarm reward. Like, I think that you're going to end up with a pretty solid player if you're able to get him to excel at some of the other little things that will allow for him to be effective offensively. But generally speaking, like, we can move off of the basketball talk from there. This is just a fun story. Local kid won 4 straight high school championships in the toughest conference in high school basketball. Goes ahead and becomes very successful at U of A. Gets to stay out here. It almost feels like Sarver's back.
No, yeah, shout out Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool to have the homegrown guy.
Just cool stories.
Braun-esque. Emphasis on the esque.
Right. But hey, I'm all right with this swing. I would have preferred if they tried to go up a little higher, but that's very much besides the point. Them going up and getting somebody with a little bit more upside than they would have gotten at 47 is a win.
Do you feel like some of it may have been they got the news Ko wasn't going to slide past 30 there with the Mavs, and they were like, let's pull the trigger on this?
I think once pick 20 rolled around was when they were kind of getting antsy.
Gotcha.
I really do think a lot of this is reactionary. As far as, the trades that you end up seeing, there's no reason for the Lakers to plan out weeks in advance, days in advance, that we're going to trade up 1 pick. It really is a matter of just seeing how the board falls and plays out, and that's where the desperation comes in, and that's kind of where they had to pony up. They saw a player fall that they liked. They also traded away cash, I saw in that trade, so shout out cash considerations. But shoot. Night 1 is over.
Now it's over. Who do we got as winners? I hate doing losers because it's like, really, none of these guys have played an NBA minute yet. But who do we got as the winner or winners?
I'm gonna take a look at just full-on results real quickly. We'll say that I just quickly taking some more looks. Who did the Nets take? Josh Jefferson, Kel Brown. I like their draft. Like, I think of the Nets, the Bucks. I think of Atlanta too, and Chicago. I would say Chicago's probably my big one based off of how my board fell. I mean, they got number 2 and number 13 on my board. And while you can go ahead and talk about spacing issues or issues that you may have with spacing, ultimately, you take swings on these types of talents where there's a ton of athleticism, a ton of length. You know, that's way more of the modern mold. Chicago's my big winner for today. Like I mentioned, those teams. Chicago.
Yeah, no, Chicago's my big one. The Chicago Saviors here. Caleb Wilson, rejoice.
The you know, how many years ago was it? 42 years ago, they drafted another North Carolina product.
Oh yeah,
in the top 4.
Turned out pretty good.
Amazing.
Sold a couple jerseys, a couple shoes.
Have they seen this one?
Oh, yeah, that one. That's definitely one of them.
No, I can't ever do that again. He might find that clip and ask me to pay to paint. Royalties.
You'd be working in the factory, making shoes.
Chicago's my big winner, and then those other teams, as far as Brooklyn goes, and like Sacramento, I kind of like their process. Atlanta is another big one for me. What's your favorite pick in this draft so far?
I'll take it outside the top 4 because I think that's cheap to name any one of those guys. But I like Burries at 10.
Yeah.
And Milwaukee. I think the guard depth is there enough where he's not going to be asked to do too much, but in his strengths, he'll still be allowed to shine. So I like that pick.
Huh. I mean, let me continue to just browse this. Mara going to OKC at 12 is ridiculous, for one. Like, why did the league allow that? Why couldn't they have just accepted the trade so that they don't have to add Bennett Sturts to that either? I think Mara is going to be my favorite pick here. It's just more cost-controlled young players that are such smooth and easy fits on this team. They just continue to execute that over and over again, and it's, you know, how many more? When will it ever end? You know?
Yeah, he's certainly the guy you look at, where, especially in the lottery, but I think in the whole first round, where like, come next playoffs, he'll be playing probably really legit minutes.
Yeah. Easily. I don't think we truly gave our we talked with Carson about it quite a bit. I mean, now we have full-on picks that they've used now, as far as the Bucks Heat deal, the Giannis trade. Are you in agreement with them that they should have traded him last year?
Oh yeah, it definitely yes, but it feels like just par for the course for basketball and sports in general, where these guys get traded too late. Because when you, especially a guy like Giannis, where all he's done for that franchise, there's a belief like, oh man, do we really want to give this guy up? He's the best player in their history. So
yeah.
But
like, I feel like this is just, even if you had like a Jaylen Brown in a package like that, like, I feel like the Heat package really did match up really well with anybody else's. Even when they were, you know, if they tried to trade him last year, like, were they really going to trade? Were we really going to see Towns get traded for him? Were we going to see anybody else really go in and be highly, bidding in that way?
Well, I thought the team for sure the Bucks were going to try to send him to was Portland and try to get the picks back.
Hmm.
And I have to imagine they tried it. Portland just wasn't biting. It was too much. I thought the most interesting thing the Bucks got back to was those 2031. I think it's 31 and 33.
Unprotected, right?
Yeah, unprotected. Which, I mean, one, because you're like, Giannis is going to be... It's interesting because you're projecting it forward, and it's like Giannis isn't going to be this level in 2031, 2033, but
Mhm.
what are the Heat at that point? Because if they're still a playoff team, at least, those picks are like 16 through 20.
Yeah. Probably. My issue, like, they already added quite a bit here. Like, don't get me wrong, with like Hero, Ware, Jaquez. They got a lot of immediate talent, young talent to try to develop right now. You would almost prefer it if those future draft assets were a little bit sooner than 2031 and 2033. You know, you still got to wait 4 years, 6 years to go ahead and have all those assets be realized. That would be like my only gripe with the package. Otherwise, like, that was a really good package. You know, that's a lot of talent. That's a lot of picks. Now, like with Miami, there's so much work to do.
Yeah, now you got to fill it around him.
And don't get me wrong, like, I think that there's going to be players that take discounts to go over there. I'm just, like, they're not going to bring back Powell. That's been confirmed.
Okay.
So now you're stuck with, you know, Mitchell, Pella Larson, and Wiggins as your other three. And to that, I just go ahead and think, you know, where exactly are they going to get the ball handling, the initiation? Do they have to offload some money like a Jovic to go, you know, try to go after an Anthony Simons or somebody of that nature?
Simons is interesting. Yeah, because Davion Mitchell is a good defensive guard, but I wonder if they could be a guy talking about offloading money. Would they have the money to go and get a Kobe White?
You're talking about Miami?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so still. I feel
Yeah.
like they still got a bit tied up with, like, Wiggins still is making 30 mil. I think Mitchell's
That's
on like
nuts.
10. Jovic is on like 16. Combining that with, you know, two $50 million guys,
Yeah, you're not going to be able.
yeah, like, they're already creeping.
I wonder if Pat Riley's like at his age, if he's like, F it, and we'll go for Ja.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. We just saw it with Phoenix. I don't think I'm ever going to fully recover from having that much money tied up in three guys.
Yeah. But we made Solo very disappointed. They took his Koa. We took your Koa. I mean, that's ours. That's Arizona, boy. And it's nice
Sure.
to say that, you know, I interviewed a future Suns player.
Hey, there you go.
All I know is that he was really excited to be paired with Braden Burries, and that they had talked quite a bit before they both announced.
Oh, for U of A.
Yeah.
A couple U of A guys tomorrow too. You got Bradley, the other forward. I'm blanking on his name.
Man, I wish. I remember seeing a lot of really hype up stuff about Dwayne Aristode. Thought that he was going to break out a little bit. He was the other 4 or 5 star that they got in the class.
No luck. Cavs at 34.
What do you get at 34? I think the easiest spot, you would probably still be looking at big wings. Like, you wanted your Koa Pete. Ultimately, you take a look at a guy like Trayvon Brazil, Baba Miller, if you needed like some more ancillary shooting, because I wouldn't be surprised if you try to offload Max Strus. Like Isaiah Evans is my best remaining player on the board. He is my number, I believe he's number 26. Yes. Yeah, like continue to look at wings and bigger, stockier guys for the Cavs at pick 34. Maybe some salary dumps on your guys' end too to try to bring back Harden or try to bring in or bring back LeBron. Just keep your eyes peeled on wings. Baba Miller and Trayvon Brazil, like those are going to be two sought after guys early in the second round, and I think y'all will be in the mix.
I like Brazil there too at 34.
Yeah. But I mean, I think we could just open the door for, a couple more minutes for, if folks wanted to ask us some cues in the chat, just to be sure, just to kind of pass the time for a few more before we end up officially wrapping up on night one. I mean, it feels like there's still a lot of ball to talk about that we may also just want to gatekeep a little until, we bring back Stu and Carson tomorrow.
The same time, right? For
Yes. 4:30 again tomorrow. Again, we'll be live again for day 2, 4:30 Arizona time. And I have to clarify now with a bunch of other folks in the Midwest and the East Coast. Well, shoot, like your first experience doing a live podcast, man.
I know, from this end, but
like your first overall feelings, like you're also behind the camera all the time.
Oh yeah, no, this is sick, man. Thanks for having me on. Apologies to the people that had to look at me for 4 hours, but
be quiet. No.
No, but this was great. I'm glad. I actually really like Wilson in Chicago. Jersey will be copped
for sure.
And just invitation. Anyone who wants to come join us on Wilson Island. There's plenty of spots. We got some great chateaus available at good rates. Ishbia will give you a good rate on the loan.
And he'll give you some $2 hot dogs in the meantime.
Yeah.
Give you the value menu. But hey.
Look, is the water clear? No. Looks a little Galveston-y, but, Wilson gets that second contract to clean up the water.
Reference, man. But hey, we got Summer League. We have a first rounder to watch in Summer League.
That is true. Hopefully I'll be there.
But I think everybody's kind of winding down. I think we could wrap it up all here, man. And
Jordan or LeBron?
No, one more time. Do you really have to ask that at the end? I'll text you that. Actually, when we end the stream, we'll still be like in the studio, so we'll chop it up right there. We got a compliment earlier talking about how we're, not like ESPN, and this is the type of content they want. We're not going to the ESPN content realm for that.
Dallas Cowboys, are they a playoff contender next?
All right. But seriously, Andrews, like, thank you so much for coming on for night 1. We're going to have a great time on night 2 tomorrow. It's a shame that we won't have any of our teams picking, but I mean, I'm glad that we had this surprise at the very end. So, hell yeah.
It's a good way to end it.
And to everybody out there, like, we still got a decent amount of viewers here. Seriously, I appreciate y'all so much. We put in over hundreds of hours of film, watching the film and writing up on these players. And we still have more to do before we finish up for day 2 tomorrow. And everybody coming in and joining and chopping it up in the chat. It's all so greatly appreciated. Thank you guys so much. Man, Y'all have a great rest of your night.